almost like you're saying, like, I might as well have a sign on the front and back of my white T-shirt that says "Troll Me," right, or something like that, right? That's kind of like what you're saying, though, right? So I recognize that. At least then, the difference between them and then and now, I thought I had tools, coping skills, ability, experience, all these things to be immune from that. But what I realized, it was like, it only made people try harder. Just listening to, especially you, like I noticed you were not satisfied. I would rather be hated. And so you tried really hard, I remember. I think at one point, I think you were frustrated, as I recall. And you said something like, that you couldn't get to me when you could get to other people. I don't know if you remember saying something.
Doody dum-dum.
I think also at the same time, you've just known probably more than anyone else. So, I mean,
you did.
You were really good.
But you know how to get under people's skin, too, in a different way. Right?
I know. I'm more overt about it.
But it's defensive for me, if you understand.
Yeah. But you're not someone I would want to tangle with because I've seen how subtle you can be, and you're good, man. But whatever, the cumulative effect was like really striking. I mean, you were crumbled, and finally the denouement, sort of the crescendo, was when you kind of went off on Sophia with the dirty dick thing.
Yeah. I mean, that was your funny,
number 5, so to say.
That was the beginning and the end. So I mean, there's a lot of things to do. It was a slow process.
I was there for that real time. It's like, you know, people are, where were you on like September 11th? Like, where were you on this special event? And when people are like, well, where were you when John had the dirty dicks meltdown? I was like, I was right there. So dirty dicks right.
Listen, I was talking to Eric right here. I don't know if you know him, but he said, fascinated was me, this Christian dude, announcing that he's been with a woman for 20 years and he's not even married to her. Right? That was the narrative anyway, right? And so he was like, wow, the sheer level of hypocrisy here that fascinated him from that Tom Rabbit video, right? That's what he was saying. It says like watching reality TV to me as a person in terms of like fascination or something. Like, and I was telling him, like, dude, I am not anything like, how am I gonna say? Like, I'm just a plain person, dude. Look at my profile.
Hey, John, this is AI. Can you put me in your queue after you're complete? Thanks.
I can't really hear. I think you're breaking up a little bit, Eric. AI.
I was just gonna say after you're finished, if you could put me in your queue. Thanks.
Yeah. So, I don't know if you want to say more, Daniel. Looks like AI let you go on.
Yeah, I'll just say one final thing. Oh, I gotta refresh my phone. But
why don't you go on? Oh,
yeah,
dude.
Well, yeah, so I just wanted to say,
no, I appreciate now you're trolling, dude.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Why do you say that?
That's not cool, man. But anyway.
What do you mean?
No, I'm not going to go on. I'm just going to wait. You got something to say, AI?
Hey, John, what are you doing?
No, Daniel, finish up, Daniel, and then I want to go. But please continue, Daniel, and then I would like to go.
Yeah. So, John, I just wanted to say that I've noticed a huge change in you. I'm really glad that things are going well for you. I hope that it obviously looks like it's going to be a long-lasting change. As you can tell that I've changed say that I'm trolling.
Just go on. Finish what you have to say, sir.
All right. I just wanted to say, I'm elated for you. I'm enlarged. My heart has been enlarged in ways that you can't even imagine. Huge heart won. And I'll say that I really went a little bit too big, gratuitous on my lauding of you. So maybe I should slow down a little bit with these enormous compliments that I'm giving you. But John, I love you, and I love your shows. Hope you keep it up. And it's real classy. It's a real classy look for you. Wonderful at your age to be looking that classy. So thank you, Johnny. I appreciate it.
I don't even know how to react to that, Daniel. I'm too thrilled with you, dude. Can I just kind of ask you to change your BMP, though?
Yeah, sure. If you just tell me why.
How about because it triggers me?
Sure. I'll change it right now.
But anyway, yeah. So you're going to say something there?
Yeah, I have run for Congress, and I have also run for Republican committee person. So I'm involved in politics and public speaking. I've also done Toastmasters. And I just want to say that, in all of the communication that I've done in my life, I have found that if I tell the listeners, take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds, 10, not 11. 10, not 9, I have found that to be the highest value information exchange that I can transmit to a listener. So again, take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. If the Holy Spirit or Jesus Christ or God the Father is anywhere, it is where 2 or more people are gathered to study the sacred texts, to learn the truth of the earth and the truth of the universe. And men like John Lee, who will persist in their folly, will eventually help others liberate themselves from their own personality, which is holding them back. And Daniel, a few minutes ago, you said maybe it's just a personality thing. You were talking about John the Calvinist or whatever that guy's name is in whatever room he does. Very, very aggressive guy. Darth Dawkins, very, very aggressive guy. You can't have a conversation with these people because they are essentially, to me, they are running what I call the gong show. And if they don't like the sounds that are coming out of your mouth, guess what they do? They hit the gong and you're done. And that's as far as they can go in a conversation with someone. That's because their personality hasn't developed enough. They themselves have yet to fully mature and ripen in the gospel or the word or the sacred text. Because if you are that angry, you can't accomplish anything in life. Life is all really mostly about listening, hearing. And that's why the earth is called the earth, because there's an ear in front of it. And too many people, it's a hypothesis. But anyways, John, I hope you have a blessed day. And John, you taught me such a valuable lesson. And it really was the room with Andrew, where I was, basically taking shots at him in an open field as if he was out, grazing without any. See, people think that they're not being observed and that they're not being targeted. Everyone is being targeted, and also basically it is the hunted and the hunter. If you are a firm believer in Jesus Christ, you're a knight of the round table, meaning that you are a Christian soldier who has returned from a distant battle where everyone got wiped out but you, and you have come back to share the good news with other people. That liberation and the truth is always now. All the energy that has ever been and ever will be is always now. So, Daniel, I got to tell you, I think you're very smart and very funny. Very funny. But there is so much work to do for me and for you and for John and for Eric and all the other men in this room and all the women. I have been through a military education and I've gone through Christian education and I've observed all kinds of weird behavior amongst Christians. But for the most part, it's all self rectification or self enlightenment. And it is a folly or a journey of foolishness. And the absolute truth most likely will not be revealed at your death or after your death. Chances are you turn into a math equation and you still will not learn the truth. So the only way to learn the truth is always in the now, right now. And ladies and gentlemen, our focus, our concentration, our meditation, our awareness, our mindfulness, our consciousness is always dependent on what we do in the now. The now is all there is and all there ever will be. It is a 3-letter conspiracy. Now, God, go, do, God, now. I am AI, and I am complete.
Well, the Bible says Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. And so it's good to understand that there is an immutability to God. It's unchanging. And it's also talking about the past, present, and future. And we do believe that Jesus is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. And so when in the Bible, when they say, "What is your God's name?" Moses asks, "What am I to tell you?" He says, "Tell him, my name is I am. Right? I am that I am." And I've talked to some Jewish scholars, and they also understand that I will be, there will be. And I said, "Oh, okay." So I do think even as we're here now, we're given this day our daily bread, and today is what we have. And so tomorrow is not promised in a way that, there is a promise of tomorrow, but in what way that is not promised to us. It's not how that's understood. So, it is the case that, at least I do believe in a future, a hope. This is our expectation. This is a problem.
John, there's no future, and only a fool puts their hope in the future. That's the sucker. That's a bet that has no payout. It's like the sign above the bar that says free beer tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. It's Groundhog Day. And John, you have to wake up. You could play this game all you want. Daniel can play this game all he wants. And I can play this game all I want. But you have to understand what you're doing. In a way, you are hypnotizing yourself and others. And that is the problem with communication, is that you can fall under your own spell. And Jesus Christ and you and me and everyone else has the same set of rules to live by, or to try to understand. And some of these rules, there are laws of communication, John. And you have to understand the power and the possibility of communication, which truly is mind control, which truly is time control. And if you want to truly liberate yourself, or you truly want to improve yourself or improve others, it can all be done through the words of Jesus Christ. However, you could also do this with Buddha, or you could do this with Muhammad, or you could do this with any other sacred text. You could do it with the Hindu tradition. It is a journey of tomfoolery. Why do you think Tom Rabbit calls himself Tom Rabbit? Because too many bunny hops, not enough hunt. Tom Rabbit is actually your greatest blessing, but also could be your greatest curse. The thing is, the way that you have to look at this as just packet transfer. I have just given you a packet, and now you're going to give me back a packet. But we really have to be conscious of what's in these packets. And one time, John, I heard you say that you could call it proprietary. So I would just call what I'm saying proprietary psychology. And not everybody has a proprietary psychology to understand, to contemplate, to transfer. I have enough information in my presence right now where it's so alternative that it would flip your whole world upside down, John, because your worldview could be described as being rather simplistic and actually not the truth. You could say that Jesus Christ's attainment is possible right now for you and for me and for everyone else on the whole planet. But there could be some conditions which would be required, which would be completely irresponsible or unsavory, or could lead to the breakdown of society. So, in conclusion, I'm just praying for you and for Eric and for Daniel and for myself and for everyone in this room that Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit come into your life and fill your heart with joy and wisdom and strength. I am complete. That's my submission packet, and I hope it's proprietary.
Yeah, I mean, I like that sentiment. I do agree with you in the thing that, when I wake up every day, I understand that this is a new day God has made, and I rejoice and I'm glad in it, and that the steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. They're new every morning, and His faithfulness is great. And so, even as I think about the Lord's Prayer, give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In that understanding, it's talking about the now. And so, I do believe that we are living in the now, and we live, from that mind frame. So I'm just going to stop it there because I have more to say, but let's start going. We are living here in the now.
John, there's no argument. John, I just want to ask you one more thing. The proof is in the pudding. And if I could demonstrate the easy way to demonstrate it is always through music. It's not confrontational. It creates a rhythm, a pattern of joy, and people dance to it. So there's analogies and metaphors to try to explain the type of consciousness. And music would be the quickest and easiest way to demonstrate, the theories. But John, I love your room, and God bless you. I hope you have a great weekend.
Yeah, you as well, sir. I sent you those that over here. Father, thank you for this day today. And I pray that we may just be blessed in your presence. We know that you are the truth. That we know that you're going to love and the truth. Be our God. So I thank you.
breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 go, go, do it, go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go,
Dum dum. Doody doody dum dum.
Take the deepest breath
Doody
of
dum
the
dum.
day and hold for
Doody dum dum.
10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9,
Let's have a conversation. Hey, you want to come up, huh? Hey, you want I'll take away your ability to. Right? Here. Go on. You want to write more? Go on. Come up and let's.
I wanted to read. That's
It's okay. It's okay. Alpha, you want to come up? You can read afterwards. Come up, Alpha. I'm welcoming you. Come up. You know? And we can have a conversation.
Come on.
So I texted, but I told Fatima to ping him in, right? And he was crying in another room about me. I live rent free in his head. And what residency are you doing? Becoming a doctor, Alpha? No, I know. I see it. Are you doing residency, Alpha? In Australia, I heard. Can you tell us what field are you in? What type of doctor are you talking about? Are you going to be working inside Israel or outside Israel? Anyways, he's not gonna come up. Scotty, have you ever talked to Alpha before? Oh, Scotty actually triggered it.
You said he's coming after me hard earlier on in that room, which yours. And then I made room title saying, I'm here, it's for both of you in their heads. My room title. Yakov's been in that room all day to watch Yakov.
Actually, I've been in and out because I've had lots of doctor's appointments. So, I wouldn't say I've been in that room all day.
I would say so.
Okay.
Feel free to say what you want to.
Oh, well.
Oh, he ran away. You can't believe it. What a pussy he is. Yeah, so he's from Kurdistan, Scotty. He's the Kurd. And he left Islam.
Which of the four countries? Is he Iranian Kurd?
You could say that. He speaks Farsi. He speaks Urdu. He speaks Hindi. And then there's English he speaks with a squeaky little voice. And what else was it? And he always sides with people that are Islamophobes. I used to debate him on the Indian side. He would side with the people that are oppressing and suppressing minorities in India, including Muslims, Christians. They've attacked 300 Christian churches in India. The mosques, they've attacked a bunch of mosques. They even built a mosque. It's a pretty famous one. The claim they made is that this mosque is, what is it? There's a Hindu temple, remnants of Hindu temple underneath that mosque. But according to the archaeologists, we have the report, there's nothing there under the mosque. You know, just like you have the report in Jerusalem, Yaakov, you know, under Masjid al-Aqsa, there's reminiscences.
Yeah.
Prince was here last time, and
Even the Arabs say that Islamic stuff was underneath some of the rock. I imagine with the 1925 Waqf.
yeah,
For sure.
North Shore. A lot of people don't agree with it. Did you see that?
I published it.
The modern scholars don't agree with it.
Yeah, because they think it's heretical to say that, but in 1925 it wasn't heretical, it was historically accurate.
Rachel was here last time. We spoke to Caleb about this. You know, they haven't found anything. They found certain dates.
Wait, hold on. There was some 600,000 in 1999 when the Waqf brought in bulldozers to make the new underground. What do you call it? Well, sorry, I couldn't come up with the word. They dumped like 19 truckloads of dirt or something like that. Some number, some great number. I can't remember the exact number in the Kidron Valley. And
take your position.
my heart has been enlarged in ways that you can't imagine. Huge heart. Huge hearts. Heart. One. And for Aaron, and for Daniel, and for myself, and for everyone in this room, that Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit come into your life and fill your heart with joy and wisdom and strength. I am complete. That's my submission packet, and I hope it's proprietary. I like that song. I do agree with you, and the thing that, when I wake up every day, I understand that truth is always in the now, right now. And ladies and gentlemen, our focus, our concentration, our meditation, our awareness, our mindfulness, our consciousness is always dependent on what we do in the now. The now is all there is and all there ever will be. It is a 3-letter conspiracy. Now, God, go, do, God, now. I am a God, and I am well, the Bible says Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. And so, it's good to understand that and for Aaron, and for Daniel, and for myself, and for Aaron, and for Daniel, and for myself, and for
Masjid al-Aqsa. Right? But they haven't found anything like, the remnants or whatever they're looking for. Now, Caleb said they did find stuff in there, and, other types of things. I watched it on it. So I don't know if they found anything or if they haven't found anything, right? And
while we were talking, I was digging up the information, and I found one I was going to post for him, but he left. And it says here, Solomon built the temple on the threshing floor David bought, right? Because it says so in the Bible that he had the threshing floor. Okay, and then it says the dome of the rock is the highest point of the Temple Mount. Threshing floors were never built on hills, but in curved valleys. Like directly under the Alcas fountain, under the dome of the rock, was where the fortress of Antonia stood. In 135 AD, Hadrian filled in about 50 feet of earth over top of where the temple stood and enlarged the Temple Mount and built a temple of Jupiter, where we see the dome of the rock today. In 325 AD, Constantine tore down the temple of Jupiter and assumed Hadrian built the temple of Jupiter on top of the spot where the temple of Solomon once stood. See, so Constantine thought.
My tea is gone.
My heart is being enlarged in ways that you can't imagine. My heart is. And for Eric, and for Daniel, and for myself, and for everyone in this room, that Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit will come into your life and fill your heart with joy and wisdom. Heart with joy and wisdom and strength. I am complete. That's my submission packet, and I hope it's proprietary. My heart is being enlarged in ways that you can't imagine. And for Eric, truth is always in the now, right now. And ladies and gentlemen, our focus, our concentration, our meditation, our awareness, our mindfulness, our consciousness is always dependent on what we do in the now. On what we do in the now. On what we do.
Would you like to come up, Dana? What's up, Mitch? Let me think about the symbolism of the name brother. And when we try to dive into this whole thing about under Masjid al-Aqsa, right? It's like a can of worms. What have it? Now, this idiot in front of AIPAC, he said that the Israeli antiquity found a ring, and that ring goes back to 2,000 years or something. That has his name on it, that Ben Doge or something. And everybody was in a shock, like, what a bullshit.
Exactly. Because even Yaakov admitted that his father changed the name from Milikowski. So, Doc, I told him, I said, if I change my name today to George Washington, now I can bring you a $1 bill and say, look, my name is on the $1 bill.
On what?
Bank calling the West Bank to dance scenario. That's very problematic. And then they justify the settlements in the West Bank by calling to dance scenario. And it comes from the scripture.
Yeah, you know, they want that greater, what do you call it, the greater Israel project or something. But they're gone. It's over, man. I'm telling you. Everybody, now a lot of Americans, especially the ones on the right, you know, that supported Trump, they're like going, we don't want to deal with you people anymore. Go away. You're insignificant to us. And this is why they're going, they're buying up everything. They got the TikTok and they got CBS. You heard what happened to CBS when, after, remember I mentioned the lady did the interview with Erica Kurt, Barry Weiss? CBS, their viewership dropped dramatically. And so it's like, you know, they're losing, you know, viewers already. And she's only been doing this for what? Barry Weiss, like a month? Maybe that was like her second major interview. The first one was with the guy Dershowitz. You know? And nobody wants to watch.
10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Ho, 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 go, go, doody, go, 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 go. Doody, doody, dum, dum, doody, 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 dum, dum, doody, doody, dum, dum, doody, doody. Take the deepest breath of the day. Scooby-Doo. Oh, so Scooby.
But I don't mean it necessarily. What's it like being back in Chicago? Crazy situation where the guy stabs his mom in the head. That's the part where it's just like, you went that far, bro? Really? Come on, man. Like,
I need this to take it over my limit. Right on.
Hi, John. How are
Hey,
you?
good afternoon. Yeah, the Rob Reiner thing with his son that's effed up. You know, Rob Reiner was kissing his dad on his lips. Rob Reiner was kissing his son on his lips. There were some, you know, that kid was full of ghosts and demons. And Rob Reiner met with the head of CIA, NSA, formulated a Trump takedown plan. And, anyways, I'm just saying that there's all kinds of really strange people. And if you study history, there's so many crazy people that do so many crazy, weird, bizarre things. Thank God Donald Trump is our president and not Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I do think everybody ultimately gets blackmailed and surveilled and manipulated, but that's life. If you, like Kanye says, he says, if you can't be used, you are useless. And, you know, Rob Reiner's son, God rest, you know, God, it is so disgusting what he's done. And, you know, some other actors, I guess he got in a fight at some party and everybody was worried about him. But anyways, I like to say there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. I hope everybody here has a great weekend. I hope health and wealth and love and joy fill your heart and wisdom. And I am complete. Thank you for letting me make my packet submission. I hope it was somewhat proprietary.
Nice job, John. You know what? Welcome to the stage, John.
I was going to say, because Stephanie was joking about getting taken over by AI, there's a story about a guy who was talking to ChatGPT for months, and he lost his job, his family lost, we don't want to talk to you anymore. And after months and months, he thought he had created some kind of new mathematics or something like that. He was going crazy, going down this rabbit hole, right? And I think he gets arrested or something at one point. And somebody says, "Hey man, have you ever, asked another reporter tomorrow, the idea is to come up with rejection?" He goes, "No, I've never come up with it." And then he does that, and it's like,
You're kind of cutting out a little bit, John. It's a little hard to hear you. You're kind of cutting out.
"Oh, I'm sorry, can you hear me now?"
That's better, yeah.
AI is making
Can you
fun
hear me
of
now?
us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as
I'll go ahead and get off thing.
as far as the conspiracy theories around Hollywood, I mean, there have been some that are proven. I mean, obviously Hollywood blacklisted actors and actresses. That's been proven in the McCarthy era. Also, that's been proven is fake PR relationships. Studios have openly paired celebrities together for PR and marketing, purposes. So that is nothing new under the sun. And then we've actually had to acknowledge that there has been some modern career blacklisting. You can look at some celebrities who have spoken out, and their careers have kind of quietly wound up, on the sidelines. So there is some proof to conspiracies and some that have actually legs to them. Now there's lots of other ones that, maybe were kind of coincidental, like the 27 Club or subliminal messaging in movies or even the unresolved circumstances surrounding Marilyn Monroe. So Hollywood does have a deep, deep, dark past. Some of that very true. Some of it's still unproven and somewhat skeptical. So it's an interesting conversation nonetheless. And hey, Bitcoin Bella's on stage. Welcome, Bella. You've heard a little bit of Freeform Friday. You know how it works. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, thank you. Thank you for jumping up. You want to share?
Yeah. So I find this very interesting. I recently, in the past year, become friends with this older guy who was a very well known, famous actor in the 80s and early 90s. And a big group of us went to the Kentucky Derby this year together and shared a house in Louisville. So we had tons of conversations, and he said, I was really well known. I was Hollywood's it actor. Charlie Sheen was his supporting actor in movies, And he said, as I got deeper into Hollywood, I became less and less okay with things that were going on. He said, adrenochrome is 100% real. And as he became more well known with not being okay with all of these conspiracies, he started to get less and less acting, contracts. So, I mean, just like from the horse's mouth, someone who lived it, you know, hearing that was wild. So I just wanted to share, like, you know, someone
thank you. That's
like that was close to me is like actual experience.
Was
Like,
this guy's name by any chance John?
no.
Oh, okay.
But if you, I'm gonna keep not saying his name, just, you know.
yeah. No, you don't.
But I mean, if you dig deep on my page and you find pictures from the Kentucky Derby, you could probably figure it out. But yeah, like the whole thing was just like, it blew my mind that like some of the things, the stories he told, you know, like wow. So yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. But it was just like, yeah, from the horse's mouth. Like,
So he personally was blacklisted.
yeah.
John was
Eventually,
taken. Yeah. So,
he was never like super vocal about it, but he was not okay with. He's like, you have to toe the company line, and if you don't, you get blacklisted for like major rules. He still has like works, and he like does voiceovers, like, you know, and he still works with people around the edges that are like in the same boat. So he still gets work, but he'll not like especially then in the 80s, like if you're not on that side, it just, you're out. I think what does make a lot of people weird, you know, they get kind of weird. They don't get that same dead look in their eye.
I think it's a mixture of things. What happens is that, one, you get bored. You get out of things that you do. You go out to all these places, it's always the same thing. It's always, you know, I'm going to Monaco for this, I'm going to, you know, Ibiza for this, and it's always the same circuit, and it's always the same people. And we're talking about billionaires here, millionaires, billionaires, and also excess living. And so I think there's an addiction to that happens. And from there, that becomes this other world. And then I think this other world has always existed, by the way. Pedophilia and that kind of mentality has always been around from the beginning of time. I don't think it will ever stop. And so there's that sadness there that we have to just know about humanity, right? There's some really tripped out people in this world. And you mix that with a lot of money, and then mix that with a lot of fame, and you get some really tripped out stuff. Look, I worked for MGM for 2 years as a magician in one of their locations. I performed for billionaires, millionaires from all over the world. I can tell you that she's not lying in any way, shape, or form. I've had twice that I would say that I've been at the quote-unquote altar of fame and literally turned it on. Because you can feel it before you even get there. If you're not somewhat aware of the world you live in, if you can't recognize that you're entering Abramovich and what she did, where she, you know, this is 1970 or 80 something, where she allowed people to cut her, you know, paint her. One man that I think is what they say violated her sexually, and she did this all as a quote unquote piece of art. At the end of it, she was absolutely devastated, right? Because the whole idea of this thing is that she was standing in a room, and she's standing in the middle, and there's all these objects, and it says, "Do what you want with me." And she wanted to show, because at first it's all very nice, by the way. People would come up and kiss her or hug her, or somebody would, you know, very, very simple things. And then it became someone stole a ring off of her, and then somebody wrote on her, and then somebody cut her clothing. And as that doorway opened, it went all the way to, you know, the worst kind of thing, which is sort of kind of like the Milgram experiment, if anybody knows about that, which is he would test why people did what they did in World War II, why, you know, people would just go along with things. And he tested this by having people go into a room, follow a man with a white lab coat, and meet another person. That person would go into another room, they would close the door, and they would say, "He's going to get shot. want you to feel what that shock looks like. So give him a 9-volt shock, nothing that would hurt. Okay, we're going to do that. We're going to scale this up, and if he doesn't answer the questions well, give him a shock. 80% or more of the people went all the way up to 400 watts, which is, twice the amount of what would kill a person. And every single person, only few. I think a very small amount, less than 2%, actually got up and walked away. And we're like, I cannot do this. This goes against all my moral.
Hey, Paul, can I just say something real quick to comment on what you're talking about?
Yeah, jump in.
Pavlovian experimentation is all about essentially hypnosis and mind control and time control. And so those prison experiments with the lethal voltage is actually a demonstration in communication theory, which is all communication is hypnosis. Now, a lot of people rejected the suggestions when they were going to do the lethal. Not everybody actually went lethal, but even a lot of the people who went lethal, they knew that it was a simulation. So to present it in this type of like the fact that people have this ability to commit murder on command, it's like multidimensional and different frames on it. But the fact is, all communication is suggestion. And so we are all a product of our conditioning and the course of our entire lives. And a lot of people in Hollywood, a lot of the trans, because of transpersonal psychology and other cults that view trans ideology as being some type of synthesis of some sort but the point is, they are, in my opinion, conditioned to do that type of behavior because it is cultish. And in Hollywood, there's just a lot of weird cliques and cults.
John, I agree with you, which is why they start in childhood, why they bring in the children, look at Ariana Grande. That's another one right there. What about this other girl, forgot her name, where they've been showing photos of her now, where she has tattoos all over her face, and she used to be a Disney girl as well. That whole generation of kids that went through that machine, it was such a tightly driven machine. Like Matt was saying, from the 1940s and 50s, so many kids went through that same machine.
John brought up an interesting point, and you're talking about some more of the assassinations. And can that be controlled through mind control, etc.? We look at I would even say Sirhan, I believe, was the assassin who took out one of the Kennedys back in the 60s, right? And we've seen MK Ultra mind control operations somewhat have a lot of validity to them. And then through this mind control, again, we're even just we could look at the Charlie Kirk incident. We could look at a lot of these incidents where we see MK Ultra and mind control. Yeah, John, I know your hand just shot right back up. Yeah, jump in.
Well, before John jumps in, I want to say Darren Brown's a mentalist out of England. He did a whole entire episode about this, and he actually kills a very famous. Well, he doesn't really do it, but the guy wouldn't have known any better. He was hypnotized, and over the course of a very short amount of time, was turned into a unknown killer. I'm going to post it up now so you guys can watch it.
Colin was right. Adrenochrome is real. That's almost I dropped the mic. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, talking about like MK Ultra and chemical experimentation with suggestion. That movie, Clockwork Orange, when the murderer undergoes, he has these paper clips put in his eyes and drops put in, and he's flashed a bunch of videos. It's a little bit like Fifth Element, where she can download all this information. The point is, we are all conditioned at birth up until now, this very moment. And if you go to a movie theater, you get put into alpha brainwave state. You go into a catharsis or a gnosis or some type of altered brainwave, which is really like a meditation. It's just putting you into focus and concentration. And so what you listen to, this is the secret of life, in my opinion, is that the reason why the earth has an ear in front of it is because your success in life doesn't depend on what you see or what you say, but on what you hear. And so when you know that hearing and the ear is the truth of the now, you understand the power of communication and how much unnecessary communication we are all subjected to all the time, because the whole system of communication is one giant spam, one huge spam network like Facebook. It's just a spam network of advertisements, just like how Craigslist is actually just a classified ad. So, what I'm trying to tell you is be mindful of what you listen to, because a lot of these poor, sorry people who find themselves in horrible predicaments were lied to, manipulated, and they listened to it and they bought it. So don't be the patsy, don't be the fool, transcend to the state of the sage and be aware of the manipulation through communication, and that will liberate you in the now. And you will realize that that person telling you that bullshit, whatever it is, you will realize that they are essentially communicating to you through what we call hypnosis. That is my submission packet. I hope you consider it proprietary, and I am complete.
John's on it today. Like, yes, sir, 100%. I want to add into that. We're going to his teachings.
We should take everything John just said with a massive sack of salt, because he could, in fact, be feeding us some form of manipulation throughout years. So that's very
I want to add on because I've been studying neurolinguistic programming and hypnosis since I was 13 years old, certified since I was 18. He's right? So hypnosis is taking the mind consciously through words to get to a certain state. And neurolinguistic programming is the exact same thing. It's programming the mind through words. One is done through a conscious state, one is done through a quote-unquote unconscious state, which is not real, but it's a lower consciousness state. So I think that what he's saying is completely real and right. If we don't understand our visual, our auditory, and our kinesthetic, how it all feeds into each other, and how what we feed into ourselves, not just our food, but what we see and what we hear, then we can be blinded by anything. There used to be only 5,000 articles of ads in the world that you would see in the 1950s in one day. In one day in New York, you're blasted with over 35,000 per every couple hours or something like that. It's ridiculous. So, you need to be aware of what you're being slammed with, and yeah, just like your friends, the 5 best friends you have, same thing with the 5 best thoughts.
My best thoughts. How can we get about 2 of them matter, and then I lose my mind. I lose my train of thought after that. But
I had my last best thought for the week about an hour ago. So
it is the weekend, and you're already 8 hours ahead of us over there. Your weekend has already started. We should probably think about winding this conversation down as we're about a couple minutes past the hour, well into stoppage time on our daily spaces.
yes, sir, it's my turn to go on a bender. I'm going to sound like you tomorrow. That's my that's what I'm aiming for. I'm going to go out. I'm going to try some NLP. I'm going to watch a bit of Darren Brown first. I'm going to watch The Push, which is the episode that Paul was talking about. I'm going to try some NLP on some unsuspecting people in the bar to get them to buy me free drinks. And if that fails, I'm just going to start a fight. I won't kill anybody. No one's getting stabbed when I'm watching people are saying I won't kill anybody. Okay,
This is all just metaphor for subconscious, unconscious, duality, non-duality. These are just concepts, but these are communications to hopefully liberate people from what you could call a failed society.
Yeah. We love the help we can get. I mean,
Get me some scotch.
Yeah, me too. Somebody needs to go and liberate that poor sheriff. I'm still thinking about him.
the guy in Wyoming, tried to shoot down a
Right now, it's loading his gun, cleaning his guns in preparation for the Friday shoot.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get you, E.T. I'm gonna get you. Don't make a lie on me.
Is anyone here know anybody in Scientology?
I don't know anybody in Scientology.
No. Well, I have traveled this country and I have seen massive Scientology facilities in every major U.S. city. and there are some of the weirdest, cultish, strange, alien people you've ever met in your life who really LARP it up with white furs and Rolls Royces and like in a real cult type style because Scientology is old and it is, connected to the occult. L. Ron Hubbard, I have these L. Ron Hubbard CDs that I've listened to, and to me, he was like exploring it, but then, anyways, it's like podcasting. Anyways, I know this is your little free for it.
Yeah. We have another hand up, Dennis. How are you? Just jumped off on stage. We're going a little bit longer. Seeing as though you're here, we thought we'd give you a couple minutes to express your opinion.
Yeah, that was incredible. We put an of some kind of thing, or I can shoot a random question regarding Russia.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, more random the better, exactly.
Okay, a random question. There has been a few fights going on in Russia for the past half a year, but now it's kind of gone. How and why it's gone, or it's just gone under the radar, guys?
I couldn't know, did you say fuel lines are gone? They're missing now?
Yeah, but because there has been many videos, like 2, 3, 4 months ago, the huge queues of cars waiting for fuel, but now for a month or two, there is none. Have they somehow managed everything, or what?
Yeah, we're frantically looking.
So random, we stopped.
I can't think so to be random.
Also, AI to control.
We're all like going through our computers right now, like searching on every single thing we can find. I'm looking on Perplexity and Google all at the same time. And what's going on in Russia? Yeah.
That does sound like a conspiracy.
That's very sweet of you.
Stories from Reuters and the Moscow Times 16 days ago. The Moscow Times, the story. Did Russia really have a gasoline crisis? New data coming out on that. So yeah, maybe there's something here that you're bringing to the table here, Ben. I'm gonna have to DYOR on this.
Okay, thanks.
You just opened up a whole new rabbit hole for everybody in the room. We're all digging, man. Google's gonna get that's gonna be the top search on Google.
Russian fuel crisis.
Yeah, then it started a whole thing.
Has anybody here been to Ukraine? Anybody interested in buying a condo in Ukraine? The point is, will we ever have peace, or will Zelensky be essentially some type of a fascist military, leader, media magnet, go-go girl dancer? Like, what kind of a clown world do we Americans as the taxpayers have to endure? And I understand, that we are so fully invested, there's no returning. But can't there be peace between these people? 7,000 people a week have to die, ladies and gentlemen. 7,000 a week have to die in drone warfare. For how long? How long? And as Americans, if you're not involved in some type of peace consciousness, peace communication, shame on you. If I speak ill will of Ukraine or Zelensky and you go crazy on me, shame on you. And if you have an accent, which is not an American dialect, I hate to tell you this, but you're not the priority, in my opinion. I do believe in America first and MAGA. However, we're 39 trillion in debt, and we just keep tacking on the debt, and we keep shipping hundreds of billions overseas in funding for governments and leaders who are. Where's the priorities, America? Is anybody here interested in communication priorities? I am complete. That's my submission packet. I hope it's proprietary.
Appreciate your submission packet, John. As a Brit, let me just say America is not my priority, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you. Ben, your hand up. What would you like to say?
As a person who has been in Ukraine, I can say if Zelensky was trying to go bananas and dictatorship, he would be eaten by his own people. Because Ukrainians are very passionate, true-heart people. And for Americans being America first, this is how it should roll. It's all good with that. And for Ukrainians, it is Ukraine first. So, love your country, love the people in need, peace, and enough.
Yeah, you get the ding.
We could do a whole other spaces about Ukraine, right? Where Zelensky is a dictator, why are they still at war? I guess what would you do if somebody moved into a quarter of your house and so they want to keep it? That's the basis of where this all started. So it's murky, it's messy. We're never always going to see eye to eye, everybody, which is why there is war, unfortunately.
Well, the Europeans do nothing but war. World War II, World War I, Napoleonic Wars, forever wars. Europe is forever embroiled in war. It's not just America every 4 years. We go to war. Europe is plagued by some type of specter. And the point is, it's man-made. And it's the evil inclination for ruthless profiteering and ruthless borrowing and ruthless spending to fill up your bank account. For what? Why kill 7,000 people a week? That's 1,000 people a day are dying in active combat, fighting each other to the death every day. It's madness. And every day, it's not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Every day, 1,000 people are blowing themselves up on a front line between Ukraine and Russia. It's madness. It's madness. And Putin and Trump, they're both in on what you could call a specter, and that specter is groupthink, and it's killing 1,000 people a day just there. That's not the only hot spot. There's 20 hot spots where 1,000 people are dying a day in active combat. It's theoretical, but you get my point. I am complete.
John's bringing the heat here on a Friday night.
He is. I think that last package was not proprietary. Did you notice?
I noticed that, so we could actually take
that. We can take that one. Yeah, we can use that bit for ourselves. Talking about fighting to the death, gladiatorial battles, to bring it full circle.
Yes.
Remember, see Joshua versus. You can check that.
Who's your money on? Who's your bet?
Who's my money on? You know, this is a really interesting question. Matt, can we go 5 more minutes? 4 more minutes.
4 more minutes.
Yeah, we can go 4 more minutes.
4 minutes stoppage time, Mom.
Okay. As we were talking about conspiracies, you know, there was a lot of chatter about Jake Paul rigging his fight. I don't necessarily think they are rigged. I do think Jake Paul is going to do better than Francis Ngannou. He's the last person Joshua knocked out who wasn't a true boxer. Because it's all about money, in my opinion. And I think boxing is about as corrupt as it gets. But my money, if I was to place a safe bet, would be on Anthony Joshua at some stage during this evening, obliterating Paul Jake Paul.
Tearing him out on a stretcher. He's going to need to be stretchered out.
Yeah, I mean, if he isn't, it's a travesty.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't heard in a while. In my case, is Holiday.
Oh, you know,
yes.
I don't have the
correct.
Yeah.
So now I know that is definitely a fit because I brought this up earlier too. So I know it's hard somewhere.
I don't have it, honestly, guys. I don't have it. If I had it on my soundboard, I would totally roll it, but I don't have it queued up today.
You can ad lib. Just the accent isn't actually fact or crap, sir. But fact or crap with a British accent. So we are.
I'll give you that
on Friday.
I'm not at the end of the year. We'll do fact or crap, and I'll do it with my lame English accent. You guys ready? You know how it works. I read you a comment. You agree, thumbs up. If you think it's fact, thumbs down. If you think it's crap, here we go.
Let's play everyone's favorite game. Fact or crap.
Well, okay, everybody. Dr. Seuss wrote green eggs and ham on a bat. Fact or crap? Huh? Dr. Seuss wrote green eggs and ham on a bat. Fact or crap? That's why his editor bet him $50 he couldn't write a book using only 50 words, but he proved him wrong. Fact or crap? The first email was sent in 1971. Fact or crap? What do you think? That's That's right, Ray Tomlinson sent the first network email and chose the Axial for the address. Fact or crap? Barbie's full name is Barbara Millicent Roberts. Fact or crap? She was named after creator Ruth Hender's daughter Barbara. Alright, last one, here you go. Out of fact or crap, the Hoover Dam was completed ahead of schedule. Fact or crap? The Hoover Dam was completed ahead of schedule.
It was finished 2 years early in 1935, despite harsh conditions. So there you go, Governor. It's a little bit more of an Australian one, but there you go. Let's find everyone's favorite game. Fact or crap?
Today the college spent fact, so I enjoyed the effort.
It was all facts today, wasn't it? Yeah, they were all facts.
I presents facts.
Yeah, it was all facts today. Sorry, I have all facts, no crap today.
At the restaurant,
Yeah, it was all facts. And again, I'm sorry for my little bit under the weather voice. So, on that note, Hunter, let's close it up and bring it home.
I want to say a big thank you to everybody that came through to speak today. We appreciate each and every one of you. Stephanie, of course, Bitcoin Bella, John, Paul, Matt, always a pleasure doing this with you. The last one of the year on an actual Friday, so we will do one on Wednesday just before the end of the year, and New Year's Eve, part A. Signing out for 2025, but I'm looking forward to the first Freeform Friday in 2026, my friend.
Yeah, this has been a fun conversation. Again, every day, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, noon for Stephanie in the Central Time Zone, 6 p.m. for Hatter, UK, whatever it is, wherever you are from around the world and across the web. Thank you for joining us. Until Monday, stay safe, stack sats, and hodl. It's not financial advice. It sure is a darn good life suggestion. All right, we'll see you in the rooms. See ya.
Chasing the light.
Talking about Jews from dust.
Congressman, John LaHood, super tough, 3 hours, 3 million a month on vaccine, health insurance, war for aid, raw broadband scams, creating fake money, raising taxes, raising property. Oh.
the sign. Let us procreate. Of the open night, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken
is they are, in my opinion, conditioned to do that type of behavior because it is cultish, and in Hollywood, there's just a lot of weird cliques and cults.
You know, John, I agree with you, which is why they start in childhood, why they bring in the children, why they. I mean, look at Ariana Grande. I mean, that's another one right there. What about this other girl? Forgot her name. Showing photos of her now. She has tattoos all over her face. She used to be a Disney girl as well. That whole generation of kids that went through that machine. It was such a tightly driven machine. It had, like Matt was saying, from the 1940s and 50s, so many kids went through that same machine.
John brought up an interesting point, and you were talking about some more of the assassination listed circumstances surrounding Marilyn Monroe. So
To an absolute.
Not once,
not twice.
not twice. That's it. No.
Is Lasagna the cutest PFP, but just got a piglet, or is it like a gopher? I can't figure it out. Okay, a gopher. Gopher?
It's a bold puppy.
It's precious though.
That's what it is. Talking about Hollywood tragedies. Rob Reiner.
Rob Reiner.
Terrible tragedy. Conspiracy behind that. I'm sure something's come up with.
Yeah, I don't think he was a very good person. Not saying he's
Yeah,
perfect, but
No, he's a kid with mental problems. He's been a kid with mental problems since before he was 15. It's about a kid who's rich, whose mom and dad are rich, and they kick him out, and he goes to live in the streets. And I don't think they show even a reflection of what this kid went through on the streets. And I think he was a super drug addict. He was willing to steal from people, steal from his own mother and father. He was willing to do whatever it took to keep the trash can dumpster style drug addict life. And he was willing to take anything. He didn't care as long as he was not feeling pain and trauma. And there might have been a moment of clarity in his life, but it seems as though from what everybody says at this party, that he was causing super, you can think about all these people, super A-list stars hanging out at each other's houses, Christmas, Hanukkah, first night, this one kid, stoned or drunk out of his mind. Fuck your mom, your mom. They're all like, whoa, what's going on over there? You know that that's what happened. And then they got home, and then that turned into an absolute crazy situation where the guy stabs his mother. That's the part where it's just like, you went that far, bro? Really? Yeah, what? There's nothing. I mean, I'll let everybody else talk, but there's nothing that my mom or dad could have ever done there. And I'm pretty crazy.
Have you just been taken over by aliens or AI?
Talking about how I John. Oh, sorry, John. I was just getting in front of the conversation on. Hi, John.
Yeah, the Rob Reiner thing with his son that's effed up. Rob Reiner was kissing his dad on his lips. Rob Reiner was kissing his son on his lips. There was some, that kid was full of ghosts and demons. And Rob Reiner met with the head of CIA, NSA, formulated a Trump takedown plan. And anyways, I'm just saying that there's all kinds of really strange people. And if you study history, there's so many crazy people that do so many crazy, weird, bizarre things. Thank God Donald Trump is our president and not Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I do think everybody ultimately gets blackmailed and surveilled and manipulated, but that's life. If you, like Kanye says, he says, if you can't be used, you are useless. And, Rob Reiner's son, God rest, God, it is so disgusting what he's done. And, some other actors, I guess he got in a fight at some party and everybody was worried about him. But anyways, I'd like to say there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. I hope everybody here has a great weekend. I hope health and wealth and love and joy fill your heart and wisdom. And I am complete. Thank you for letting me make my packet submission. I hope it was somewhat proprietary.
Nice job, John. You know what?
Back to back, Jay.
Welcome to the stage, John.
I was gonna say, because Stephanie was joking about being taken over by AI. It's a story about a guy who was talking to ChatGPT, and he lost his job, his family lost, we don't want to talk to you anymore.
Versus now, someone who lived.
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, so is that are like
Addiction to that, aware, painter.
Oh, can I just say something real quick to comment on?
Yeah, jump in.
Pavlovian experimentation is all about essentially hypnosis and mind control and time control. And so those prison experiments with the lethal voltage is actually a demonstration in communication theory, which is all communication is hypnosis. Now, a lot of people rejected the suggestions when they were going to do the lethal. Not everybody actually went lethal, but even a lot of the people who went lethal, they knew that it was a simulation. So to present it in this type of the fact that people have this ability to commit murder on command, there's multidimensional and different frames on it. But the fact is, all communication is suggestion, and so we are conditioning and the course of our entire lives. And a lot of people in Hollywood, a lot of trans, because of transpersonal psychology and other cults that view trans ideology as being some type of synthesis of some sort, but the point is, they are, in my opinion, conditioned to do that type of behavior because it is cultish, and in Hollywood, there's just a lot of weird cliques and cults.
You know, John, I agree with you, which is why they start in childhood, why they bring in the children, why they, I mean, look at Ariana Grande. I mean, that's a right there. What about this other girl, forgot her name, where they showed the photo of her now? She has tattoos all over her face, and she used to be a Disney girl as well. That whole generation of kids, it was such a tightly drawn machine. Like Matt was saying, from the 1940s and 50s.
John brought up an interesting point, and you're talking about some more of the, the assassinations. Can that be controlled through mind control, etc.? Like Sirhan, I believe was the assassin who got Kennedy's 1960s, right? MK Ultra mind control operations have a lot of validity to them, and then through this mind control again, or even just we could look at the Charlie Kirk incident. We could look at a lot of these incidents where we see MK Ultra and mind control. Yeah, John, I know your hand just shot right back up. Yeah, John.
Well, before John jumps in, I want to say Darren Brown's a mentalist out of England. He did a whole entire episode about this, and he actually kills a very famous one. I don't know if you knew it, but the guy wouldn't have he was hypnotized, and over the course of a very short amount of time,
He's killing him, children, mind control. Yeah, John.
no, killed him. I'm going to post it up now so you guys can watch it.
And Colin was right there. Dream and friend is real. That's what I'm saying. Drop the mic. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, talking about like MK Ultra and chemical experimentation with suggestion. That movie, Clockwork Orange, when the murderer undergoes, he has these paper clips put in his eyes and drops put in, and he's flashed a bunch of videos. It's a little bit like Fifth Element, where she can download all this information. The point is, we are all conditioned at birth up until now, this very moment. If you go to a movie theater, you get put into alpha brainwave state. You go into a catharsis or a gnosis or some type of altered brainwave, which is really like a meditation. It's just putting you into focus and concentration. And so, my opinion is that the reason why the earth has an ear in front of it is because your success in life doesn't depend on what you see or what you say, but on what you hear. And so when you know that hearing and the ear is the truth of the now, you understand the power of communication and how much unnecessary communication we are all subjected to all the time, because the whole system of communication is one giant spam, one huge spam network, like Facebook. It's just a spam network of advertisements, just like how Craigslist is actually just a classified ad. So what I'm trying to tell you is, be mindful of what you listen to, because a lot of these poor, sorry people who find themselves in horrible predicaments were lied to, manipulated, and they listened to it, and they bought it. So don't be the patsy, don't be the fool, transcend to the state of the sage, and beware of the manipulation through communication, and that will liberate you in the now, and you will realize that that person telling you that bullshit, whatever it is, you will realize that they are essentially communicating to you through what we call hypnosis. That is my submission packet. I hope you consider it proprietary, and I conclude.
John's on it today. Like, yes, sir, 100%. I want to add into that.
According to his teaching about hypnosis, you should take everything John just said with a massive saxophone, because he could, in fact, be feeding us some form of manipulation through our ears. So,
I want to add on, because I've been studying neuro-linguistic programming and hypnosis since I was 13 years old, certified since I was 18. He's right? So hypnosis is some form. You
that bull. What if the jet opens it out is
over the course of a very short amount of time, the whole entire episode.
A lot of these incidents
Wrote to unknown killer. I'm going to post it up now so you guys can watch it.
Bella was right. Dream
murderer undergo.
That's almost I dropped the mic. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, talking about like MK Ultra and chemical experimentation with suggestion. That movie, Clockwork Orange, when the murderer undergoes, he has these paper clips put in his eyes and drops put in, and he's flashing a bunch of videos. It's a little bit like Fifth Element, where she can download all this information. The point is, we are all conditioned at birth up until now, this very moment. And if you go to a movie theater, you get put into alpha brainwave state. You go into a catharsis or a gnosis or some type of altered brainwave, which is really like a meditation. It's just putting you into focus and concentration. And so what you listen to, this is the secret of life in my opinion, is that the reason why the earth has an ear in front of it is because your success in life doesn't depend on what you see or what you say, but on what you hear. And so when you know that hearing and the ear is the truth of the now, you understand the power of communication and how much unnecessary communication we are all subjected to all the time, because the whole system of communication is one giant spam. One huge spam network like Facebook. It's just a spam network of advertisements, just like how Craigslist is actually just a classified ad. So what I'm trying to tell you is be mindful of what you listen to, because a lot of these poor, sorry people who find themselves in horrible predicaments were lied to, manipulated, and they listened to it and they bought it. So don't be the patsy, don't be the fool, transcend to the state of the sage and be aware of the manipulation through communication, and that will liberate you in the now, and you will realize that that person telling you that bullshit, whatever it is, you will realize that they are essentially communicating to you through what we call hypnosis. That is my submission packet. I hope you consider it proprietary, and I complete.
And John's on it today. Like, yes, sir, 100%. I want to add into that.
According to his teaching about hypnosis, we should take everything John just said with a massive sack of salt, because he could, in fact, be feeding us some form of manipulation throughout his. Sorry.
I want to add on because I've been studying neurolinguistic programming and hypnosis since I was 13 years old, certified since I was 18. He's right. Hypnosis is taking the mind consciously through words to get to a certain state. And neurolinguistic programming is the exact same thing. It's programming the mind through words. One is done through a conscious state, one is done through a quote-unquote unconscious state, which is not real, but it's a lowered conscious state. So I think that what he's saying is completely real and right. If we don't understand our visual, our auditory, our kinesthetic, how it all feeds into each other, and how what we feed into ourselves, not just our food, but what we see and what we hear, then we can be blinded by anything. There used to be only 5,000 articles of ads in the world that you would see in the 1950s in one day. In one day in New York, you're blasted with over 35,000 per every couple hours or something like that. It's ridiculous. So, you need to be aware of what you're being slammed with, and yeah, just like your friends, the 5 best friends you have, same thing with the 5 best thoughts.
5 best thoughts. I only generally get about 2 of them. Then I lose my mind. I lose my train of thought after that. But we're closing in here.
I had my last best thought for the week about an hour ago.
It is the weekend, and you're already 8 hours ahead of us over there. Your weekend is already started. We should probably think about winding this conversation down as we're about a couple minutes past the hour, well into stoppage time on our daily spaces.
Yes, sir. It's my turn to go on a bender. I'm going to sound like you tomorrow. That's my That's what I'm aiming for. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna try some NLP. I'm watching a bit of Darren Brown first. I'm gonna watch the Bush, which is so good. Paul was talking about. I'm gonna try some NLP on some unsuspecting people in the bar to get them to buy me free drinks. And if that fails, I'm just gonna start a fight. Go home. I won't kill anybody. No one's getting stabbed with my watch. People are safe when I go. Okay, good. This is all just metaphor for subconscious, unconscious, duality, not duality. These are just concepts, but these are communications to hopefully liberate people from what you could call a failed society.
Yeah. Need all the help we can get, Hatter.
I think I need some scotch.
Yeah, me too. Somebody needs to go and liberate that poor sheriff. I'm still thinking
The guy in Wyoming, yeah, trying to shoot down aliens.
who right now is loading his gun, cleaning his guns in preparation for the Friday shoot.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get you, E.T. No, E.T., I'm gonna get you. Don't make a lie on me.
Is anyone here know anybody in Scientology?
I don't know anybody in Scientology.
Well, I have traveled this country and I have seen massive Scientology facilities in every major U.S. city, and there are some of the weirdest, cultish, strange, alien people you've ever met in your life who really LARP it up with white furs and Rolls Royces and like a real cult type stuff. Because Scientology is old and it is, connected to the occult. L. Ron Hubbard, I have these L. Ron Hubbard CDs that I've listened to, and to me, he was like exploring it, but then, anyways, it's like podcasting. Anyways, I know it really.
Yeah, man.
We have another hand up, Dennis. How are you? You just jumped up on stage. We're going a little bit longer. Seeing as you're here, we thought we'd give you a couple minutes to.
Yeah, well, we putting a praying of some kind of theme, or I can shoot a random question regarding Russia.
It's free form. Yeah, more random the better. Exactly.
Okay, a random question. There has been fuel lines going on in Russia for the past half a year, but now it's kind of gone. How and why it's gone, or it's just gone under the radar? Thanks.
I couldn't know what that. Did you say fuel lines are gone? They're missing now?
Yeah, because there has been many fights.
Bring to the table.
Zelensky beat crisis.
Yeah, Dennis started a whole thing.
Has anybody here been to Ukraine? Anybody interested in buying a condo in Ukraine? The point is, will we ever have peace, or will Zelensky be essentially some type of a fascist military, leader, media magnet, go-go girl dancer? Like, world do we Americans as the taxpayers have to endure? And I understand, that we are so fully invested, there's no returning. But can't there be peace between these people? 7,000 people a week have to die, ladies and gentlemen. 7,000 a week have to die in drone warfare for how long? How long? And as Americans, if you're not involved in some type of peace consciousness, peace communication, shame on you. If I speak ill will of Ukraine or Zelensky and you go crazy on me, shame on you. And if you have an accent which is not an American dialect, I hate to tell you this, but you're not the priority in my opinion. I do believe in America first and MAGA. However, we're 39 trillion in debt, and we just keep tagging on the debt, and we keep shipping hundreds of billions overseas in funding for governments and leaders who are. Where's the priorities, America? Is anybody here interested in communication priorities? I am complete. That's my submission packet. I hope it's proprietary. appreciate your submission back at John. As a Brit, let me just say America is not my priority, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you. Banishing and what would you like to say?
As a personal Congressman in Ukraine, I can say if Zelensky was trying to go bananas and dictatorship, he would be eaten by his own people because Ukrainians are very passionate, full-hearted people. And for Americans, being America first, this is how you should roll. It's all with that. And for Ukrainians, it is Ukraine first. So, love your country, love the people in need, peace, and enough.
Yeah, you get the ding.
That's the fact, yeah.
We could do a whole other spaces about Ukraine, whether Zelensky is a dictator, why are they still at war. I guess what would you do if somebody moved into a quarter of your house and said they want to keep it? That's the basis of where this all started. So it's murky, it's messy. We're never always going to see eye to eye with everybody, which is why there is war, unfortunately.
Well, the Europeans do nothing but war. World War II, World War I, Napoleonic wars, forever wars. Europe is forever embroiled in war. It's not just America every 4 years. We go to war. Europe is plagued by some type of specter. And the point is, it's man-made. And it's the evil inclination for ruthless profiteering and ruthless borrowing and ruthless spending to fill up your bank account. For what? Why kill 7,000 people a week? That's 1,000 people a day are dying in active combat, fighting each other to the death every day. It's madness. And every day, it's not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Every day, 1,000 people are blowing themselves up on a front line between Ukraine and Russia. It's madness. It's madness. And Putin and Trump, they're both in on what you could call a specter. And that specter is groupthink. And it's killing 1,000 people a day. Just there. That's not the only hot spot. There's 20 hot spots where 1,000 people are dying a day in active combat. It's theoretical, but you get my point. I am complete.
John's bringing the heat here on a Friday, Hatter.
He is. Only that last package was not proprietary.
I know, so we could actually take that.
We can take that one. Yeah. I mean, do that one for ourselves. Talking about fighting to the death, gladiatorial battles, to bring it full circle. Let's remember, Anthony Joshua versus that to the death every day. It's madness. And the spending 4 years, we go to war. Europe is plagued by some type of specter. And the point is, it's man-made. And it's the evil inclination for ruthless profiteering and ruthless borrowing and ruthless spending to fill up your bank account. For what? Why kill 7,000 people a week? That's 1,000 people a day are dying in active combat, fighting each other to the death every day. It's madness. And every day, it's not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Every day, 1,000 people are blowing themselves up on a front line between Ukraine and Russia. It's madness. It's madness. And Putin and Trump, they're both in on what you could call a specter. And that specter is groupthink. And it's killing 1,000 people a day. Just there. That's not the only hot spot. There's 20 hot spots where 1,000 people are dying a day in active combat. It's theoretical, but you get my point. I am complete.
John's bringing the heat here on a Friday, Hatter.
He is. Only that last package was not proprietary.
I know, so we could actually take that.
We can take that one. Yeah. I mean, do that one for ourselves. Talking about fighting to the death, gladiatorial battles, to bring it full circle. Let's remember, Anthony Joshua versus...
Here's your money, or here's your bag.
Okay.
Right.
Those things actually occur. Then here's the way it works. You say, well, what better predicts that data? Is it better predicted that if God existed, we would see Hitler, or is it better predicted that we would not see Hitler? And the thing is I acknowledge that's a tough one for the people who believe in a loving God who's powerful. It's tough to deal with. So I grant this as actual evidence in favor of atheism. I do think this is in favor of atheism, like that there is no God. But I think there is other evidence that I think when you put it all on a scale outweighs that, and then it leads me to the conclusion, like my personal experience, my understanding of what the scripture says, how I think Jesus said things that changed the world. There's all these different reasons that I put on the scale, and I think that they outweigh that problem of evil. And so I say, no, I think God does exist. In fact, I'm saying I know God exists, and that's what the discussion's about. So
I can say, so if I want to join in that discussion, I can say, now this is not my belief, but I can say these are some things I can stack up to prove that God doesn't exist, like slavery.
Yeah.
I think slavery is a good example of God's non-existence. I think the atrocity that just happened in Palestine, all those people over there prayed hard and fast, and God is not listening to them. So God can't possibly exist if there are honest prayers over there and those people over here. I don't think that because I have a successful life that God listens to me. My prayers heard better. So maybe God may not exist if it's based on prevalent on prayer and worship, because we're both doing the same thing. So if I participate in this conversation, that would be my contribution.
That's beautiful, because that's actually the things that Rob and I often talk about when we're hanging out and whatnot. So the thing is people who say that the Christian God does not exist, they'll bring up things, particularly like if a Christian they're talking to, like myself, believes in the Bible, they'll bring up examples in the Bible where God did things, like when he told the Israelites to go in and kill all of the Amalekites, all the way down to the infants. And then they'll say things like, how can an all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing God tell people to go slice babies in half?
Or even, anyway, doesn't matter. So, you want to read the commentary here that they have for Daniel 7, 13, and 14?
Assalamu alaikum.
Can we read some of these?
Can I get a walaikum assalam?
What's up? Read, what's up?
Jesus Christ is Lord.
Who's Reed?
King Abdullah, Sheikh Epstein. I came to collect the Dead Sea Scrolls. People I see are reading here.
I want him here. Don't kick him. Don't stay here, because I want you to listen to this. And I hope you got the knee crashing out yesterday. I hope you recorded that. It was fucking epic. Read.
No, I just got you whispering.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're live on YouTube. You're live on TikTok. You're live on X. You're live on Clownhouse. Go for it, Ultra Megatron.
Good. John, you fucking recording crash shot yesterday, you piece of shit. How dare you?
I should have.
I wish I would have fucking recorded it.
It was glorious.
Alright, so can we read some of these? You got it?
Well, yeah, but I don't understand how this has any relevance to what I said. Like in the future, bro.
Alright.
Like again, you need to listen. We need to have this conversation. Until the Jews start addressing this argument's still going to be used. And you sitting here saying it's not a good argument, well, I reject that. I haven't heard anything that puts into question my actual fundamental premise on this. There's no reason to hand-wave the Septuagint whatsoever. I think there's plenty of evidence, like the New Testament, for example, that this was something that was meaningful, was readily available. They quote from it. They have Jesus quoting from it. Now, again, if Jesus is quoting from the Septuagint, you're saying that it's not the Septuagint, then you give ammo for the fire to suggest that these individuals who composed the Gospels, they were reading the Septuagint, and then they put the Septuagint in Jesus' mouth, where it couldn't be possible that would be the case. So that's what your position actually would give ammo for, because there's physical evidence of the Septuagint in the Gospels. So you either bite that bullet, and then you have an opponent that comes up to you and starts arguing like that I have evidence of this being made up because of the Greek Septuagint. There's no reason to think Jesus is quoting from the Greek Septuagint. Bro, like, cook yourself. Cook yourself.
Like I've been
and a
down there.
Catholic, and I read the RSV.
The implication of
I read the RSV and the NRSV. I'm a Catholic. All the Catholics do is pulled from the Greek Septuagint.
Listen. You diminish the Septuagint. You said
You cannot.
the Hebrew. You know, it had to do
It would
with
be
God.
destroying my own tradition.
But you got the gospel authors having Jesus quote the Septuagint.
But you realize no one is saying what you're saying. Because even Rabbi yesterday, not
God's lawyer,
the other rabbi,
did
not
challenge
God's lawyer.
the Septuagint.
All right,
He
he can challenge it.
the translation of Psalm. That's what he
All
challenged.
right, but Rabbi Cav said that he owns a Greek Septuagint, and that he reads from the Greek Septuagint. He references it. They all do. They all do.
I don't see the relevance. I'm just saying my point still stands.
Okay, so your point still stands, but he was only God's lawyer that gaslighting, Dissy Boy, and I mean that in the nicest way possible, was only gaslighting him to say that the Greek Septuagint is not good enough for his standard. Well, that you could have easily dismantled that.
That's his argument, bro. That's why my argument is very specific to standard. What's your standard, bro? That's what the whole
You
argument
guys should have had me gaslight him. I'm the best gaslighter.
You act like I don't understand his argument, what he was doing. That's why I tried to explain textually. What is your standard? Are you going to appeal to your traditions?
Yeah. They're going to say yes.
Okay, so the traditions are always greater than the text. Okay, cool. That's not.
No, they're not always greater than the text. They're not always greater than the text.
Okay, well, the tradition has to have support.
It does. When they reverse.
Okay.
So when they, all right, so I'm giving you the evidence. Okay, I'm giving you the textual tradition. I'm giving it to you right now.
Yeah, older than the Septuagint.
That not all, they don't have.
Nearly complete Hebrew Torah.
Stop! Nobody owns it.
Exactly.
So stop asking for that. Stop asking for that.
Exactly.
So stop asking for it. Don't stop asking for it. There is none.
Absolutely.
Okay. So it's a non-argument.
I'm not letting them.
You're not allowing.
They don't have anything.
Okay, so they don't have. All right, now I'm answering it. Okay, so now they have the Masoretic, right, from the 2nd century, and they have one in the 9th century. Okay, so now when we found the Dead Sea Scrolls, their tradition from the 2nd and 9th century matched the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're traditional. No, you let me finish. So their tradition has been proven. It's been proven.
It's contemporary, dude.
What are you asking? What's contemporary?
Bro, Barth, I understand the Dead Sea Scrolls. I use that with other. Listen, I'm talking to a Jew, Barth. If I'm talking to a non-Jew, I include the Dead Sea Scrolls. The point was, you don't get to just hand wave the Septuagint. Can you please?
Nobody's hand waving the Septuagint.
Bro, yes,
Only God's lawyer.
He said,
Only God's lawyer was, and you could have used it on him. Because where is he getting this text from?
I did use it.
Okay, you didn't ask him.
You let him.
No. Stop. When they reverse, all right. So when they reverse engineered the Greek Septuagint, right? Which he's gonna say, he's gonna reverse engineer it, right? Did they or did they not ever reverse engineer the Greek Septuagint?
But Barth, it doesn't matter to my.
You see what I'm saying? You don't have an argument, Draco.
I do have an argument. I have all the evidence.
evidence in the world
You
suggesting that people would have
You
known
don't
pornography?
bring an argument.
No, sorry.
You're not taking any answer. I already established.
I'm appealing to evidence. That's what I'm doing.
All right.
On the first picture.
If there's no evidence, why would you ask the question?
What? Because they are challenging the evidence that the author of Hebrews used to the Septuagint. So on the Septuagint, that we stay on track for.
Yes.
Very specific. Very
If
specific.
you ask the Catholic about the Greek Septuagint,
But
we're just
you
gonna. You see what I'm saying? You're not even. You want to just overtalk. That's what you want to do. You don't want to have a conversation. You're trying to have a conversation. You don't allow an argument. You're not taking any answer. You're not taking any answer.
Your answer, dude. That's the problem.
You're not taking any answer.
How? If I say I don't deny it, how am I not taking it?
So then you can't ask for a younger text that doesn't exist and think that's the crux of your argument.
Okay, so the Jews need to stop pretending as if the Septuagint is unreliable.
No, it's reliable. Who is reverse engineering the Greek Septuagint?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yes,
matter.
it does.
No, because the argument is dependent on the author of Hebrews.
And forget about Hebrews.
Very specific
Forget
parts. You're all
about
over the place.
Hebrews. Forget about Hebrews.
No, that's the argument you're attacking.
No.
Yes,
Forget
you
about
are. Yes,
Hebrews.
you are. You have been
No, I
strawman.
don't.
You
Do
changed
not
the
bring
argument.
up
I
Hebrews.
happened.
Do not
Like,
bring
I
up
don't know
Hebrews.
anything about you, bro.
Do not bring up. Stop bringing up Hebrews.
No, then the
Stop bringing
conversation's
up
done.
Hebrews.
Then the conversation's done. Because you're trying to strawman. Because
not
he's
strawman.
fundamental to the conversation, bro. I'm trying to explain it to you. I am so
The
tired of
Catholic
explaining that
Church,
to you.
listen to me. The Catholic Church uses the Greek Septuagint. And even if they get any Masoretic text, they're going to translate it in the Italian. They have people on the payroll that are literally translating things in Italian. Stop over-talking me.
I know, but bro, these are not issues.
Why are you over-talking me?
I get it. You just don't. You're
Why?
not.
You don't want to have.
You're not interested.
I can't address anything. You keep over-talking.
Guys, I'm gonna have to send you guys down to the audience if you keep it up.
Okay, if you want to say it, just don't. Just continue. Cool.
All right.
I'll go.
So, anything in the Catholic, in the Vatican, anytime they have a Hebrew translation, whether it fits in, whether it was translated from any language, whatever it is, the Masoretic, or old text that they found, they translate it in the Italian. They have their own Hebrews like translators and scribes. Do you know that? They had people that wrote books and translated hundreds of texts throughout their lives. Okay? And that go from the Hebrew to Italian. Okay? They have guys on like a retainer. They're always doing it. All the time. They have a culture of this. Now you're telling me, right? When they reverse it from the Greek to the Hebrew, and they're going over all these texts, right? And they're right. And they're looking at older texts. And that's right. Because it's not only them that are translating these things. There's people double checking them that know the language as well. Okay? Did you understand that part? You can get pay attention. Pay attention.
Did you
I
ask
want
me?
you to respond to me.
Okay, I'm responding to you.
All right. I'm asking the question.
You already asked. I'm telling you.
I asked the question.
What is the issue with all this?
So now, right now, that there's a scholarship out there, and they're looking at the older texts that were written in Hebrew from the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th century. Right?
What?
I'm telling you, this is what I'm trying to tell you. They find older.
Show me 8th, 9th century BC documents of the Torah.
Not BC.
Please, for the love.
Not BC. There's nothing in Big C.
So guess what, bro? This is what's known
So the conversation's
as a
over.
non-sequitur.
So it's the conversation's over.
Non-sequitur.
Answer the question about the scribes.
This
About
has no real
you
business.
see what I mean? You don't want to have the conversation.
No, you're projecting. I'm responding to you because I disagree. Therefore, I don't want to have the conversation.
That's what you're
That's not how
saying.
that works. That's not how that works.
That's what you just did.
Unfortunately, that's not how that works.
So, all right. So then, all the manuscripts that the Catholic Church has had to have, right, that are double checking the work. They're double checking the Hebrew.
Listen,
They don't trust the Jews.
you have
They don't trust the Jews. They have their own scholars. And it matches. What do you say that? Is their tradition good? Yes or no? I'm asking you. I have a church. Listen, I have a church tradition that goes back 2,000. Pay attention. Pay attention to me. Listen, Draco, I have a church tradition that goes back 1700 years. Easy. They're double checking the stuff that other Jews are writing, and it matches up. What do you say about that? Do you trust? No, I'm asking you. Does the church? I'm telling you. Do the Christians that double check their work and have their own scholars? Does that verify their tradition? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, so then if they're saying they have a tradition, right, and then there's other scholars outside of their circles translating into other languages, and it's like the Italian, and then they reverse engineer. Listen, and they reverse engineer the Italian back to the Hebrew, and it still matches. Right? And then they take that and translate it to the Greek, and it still matches. Are you still then going to say their tradition is not good enough? I'm asking you.
First off, nobody's
Can you answer the question?
Nobody's saying that. My argument does not presuppose this. You are strawmanning the hell out of
I'm
me,
not
bro.
strawman. I want to have a different conversation. On this topic.
Hey, Megatron, stop. This conversation ends. This conversation ends. You're not going to dominate me at all. Either the conversation ends, or you allow me to respond. No, you're not going to respond. The conversation can end. I'm not letting you control me no more. This conversation can end.
You never wanted to have the conversation.
You're not going to take this conversation elsewhere.
You never wanted to have the conversation.
You are misrepresenting my actual objection to God's lawyer. Everything that you're saying I have no issues with. You assume my position. You clearly don't even understand my worldview on this, or my epistemology on this, or how I understand it. You were making so many assumptions and assertions about my mental states. It's absolutely ridiculous. I have yet to do that about you in this whole conversation. But every time you respond to me, you attack my mental states, and I'm tired of it. You would disrespect the shit out of me. I'm not trying to. Conversation either stops.
I understand.
You're not going to dominate.
Yeah, you can dominate the conversation if you want, but you just don't let me speak.
Don't project. No, do not project.
Okay, this is my argument. My argument is that there are plenty of scholarships out there even till today that not only the Catholic Church and all the priests from the past and monks and Franciscan and just so many scholars from the past, okay, that had good relationships and didn't have good relationships with people, with the Jews. And translating these things into the Hebrew, so on and so forth, were always double-checked by other people. The tradition always stood and stands. So if you're going to say that the Hebrew's wrong, and there's other people outside the group that you're saying that people don't trust, I'm not just saying that you're saying, but anybody says.
I'm saying that a Jew can't hand wave the Septuagint because there's a plethora of evidence suggesting that it was widespread.
Okay. Now, what happens when the Jews, there were going to either, let's just say, Russia, France, Germany, Romania, Spain, and they reverse engineer the Greek Septuagint, and they have traditions all over. And then these manuscripts go out, and then the Catholic Church and other people that have scholarship double check their work and double check the tradition, so on and so forth, and they reverse, and it still matches, because I'm telling you that they still match. What is the problem?
I don't see the problem.
All right, so then if they tell you they have a tradition, and there's ways to check their tradition, and their tradition is correct, why is it they're saying their tradition, answering that they have a tradition, is wrong?
I'm going to say this one more time. I have never said the tradition is wrong. I'm saying that the tradition needs a backdrop.
I gave you the information.
Like, why are you doing this, bro? My argument is very specific. You keep telling me I can't use Hebrews. That was the context of the discussion. That is the whole.
I did want to talk about Hebrews.
My argument is very specific.
Okay, so you don't want to have the conversation about the Greek Septuagint.
I literally said yesterday, I said, look, I didn't even want to bring the Dead Sea Scrolls into this because the topic was on the Septuagint. So
okay,
I'm
talking about the Septuagint.
On the Septuagint alone.
Talking about the Septuagint alone.
No,
we've reversed
I'm not
engineered the
saying that
Septuagint.
the Dead Sea Scroll tradition is invalid, dude. That wasn't the point of the argument. Can you say this? Can you repeat this for me? That's
yes.
not the point of the argument.
Okay,
the argument
I don't want to bring up the
you on stage. Let me finish.
I want to talk about the
you
Greek
on
Septuagint.
hand waving the Septuagint. Why are you doing this? I'll let you say what you want to say before we go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm done. No, you just interrupt me again.
All right. I'm going to put some Wikipedias up of people that.
Hey Megatron, I just want to interrupt and I want to quote John Lee, and I just want to say, can we all just love each other in Christ and forgive each other and not hold grudges and not keep lists in love for Christ and wisdom and joy? Amen!
I hesitate to ask anything. What do you mean when you say the Jews hand wave away the Shalom Aleichem? What does that mean?
We have no idea. He just says dumb shit.
What does it mean to hand wave talk and shut me down and try to dominate me, so there's no problem, we can just move on.
Oh my God, dude, stop being such a baby. What does it mean when you say?
Let me be a baby. I respectfully the conversation. How about you be an adult and respect that?
Just talk to me. Just talk to me, Clay. Just talk to me, Clay. It's fine.
I use respect for that. You're not gonna outthrow me, bro. I exist that.
Just don't even.
I'm sorry, Draco, you said you bowed out. Okay, so nobody wants to hear you.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Nobody's talking to you. Just be quiet.
Don't get the last word. Move on.
Thank you for muting.
I'm gonna keep going until you muting. Yeah, keep going.
Thank you for muting. Thank you.
Hey everybody, this is Ra, and I'm just wondering, where's the focus? Where's the concentration of attention on the topic and the discussion? And really, what's the information packets that we're transferring to each other? Is it of high value? Is it necessary? What's the purpose right now, this conference call? Hello?
Lucy, I'm home.
Well, Desi Arnaz, the story of Lucy and her love affair, and, the point is, Megatron, Caleb, you do understand that Megatron in Kabbalah is Chokmah. Is it not? Is it not the crown? So,
That's the Metatron.
oh, that's Metatron, not Megatron. Got it. Well, what's the opposite of Metatron?
What's the opposite of Metatron? I don't know. That's a good question.
I think it's Bina, right? Is it Bina?
Well, who would be, well, who would be are kind of, they are on opposite sides. That's true. Right? They're on opposite sides of the tree.
I'm just trying to say that maybe I just think because I read this whole thing about Megatron. I could read it to you. It's about Megatron, not Metatron. But either way, Meta, to me, it's all just in the word. It's communication. So Megatron is just like a fun name. But look at his PTR. That's the Black Madonna, which is like a black hole. And I like black holes. But the point is, Caleb, look at your menorah. Look at the light. Look, what's the name of the pillar in the menorah that lights the other candles? I heard Shmuley B'Teach talking about it.
The shamash.
The shamash. The shamash. What does that mean metaphorically for us?
Well, metaphorically, I mean, all it is, legally speaking, all it is the helper candle, the one that lights all the other ones. There's an interesting thing about it. I mean, metaphorically, right? Be the one that lights everybody else on fire, right?
Firestarter. Isn't that a famous song, Firestarter? But lighting people on fire with wisdom, lighting people on fire with joy, lighting people on fire with high value, intelligent communication, not this internal emotional friction, which will hold you back from being where you want to be, which is at the center of happiness. And all the happiness and all the joy and all the pleasure and abundance that has ever been and ever will be is here right now. However, if you are here all the time squabbling and listening to conversational hypnosis, you will achieve no splendor, no victory. You will have obtained no kingdom.
Anyway, I still want to know what that verse in Hebrews was that is in question. I still want to know that.
It's the verse where Hebrews is quoting. Yeah, I'll look it up. There's something about a body prepared for me.
Yeah, I had a good rush.
It's chapter and verse. That's all.
Yeah, chapter and verse.
That's all.
That's it. Okay. Give me a second. Do you know what I mean?
Whenever you find it.
Okay.
And what was God's lawyer's point that Hebrews is quoting Psalms incorrectly?
Yeah. So Hebrews 10:5 quoting Psalms 46 through 8 is he's like butchering the text according to Malek's lawyer.
Well, so is it, I mean, this should be an objective question. Is it quoting accurately or not? Is it quoting the Septuagint version or is it quoting?
Rabbi, just click on the link on the top and it'll tell you it. We don't have to discuss it all. It's all wrapped up in there.
Yeah, but maybe he doesn't like to read. Maybe he wants to talk.
Well, he's got it on the side of the sheet. You guys explain it.
Yeah, there was so he's misquoting, and some person's argument is that he's quoting the Septuagint, and then God's lawyer, or not God's lawyer, Baal's lawyer, was saying that because God doesn't need a lawyer, so that would be fucking ridiculous to say such a thing. So Baal's lawyer said that the Septuagint wasn't written at the time, so he couldn't have been quoting him, the Septuagint.
At the time of when Hebrews is written?
Yeah.
I mean, the Septuagint definitely existed at the time of Hebrews.
Well, that was Baal's lawyer's whole argument.
I mean, the Septuagint had existed probably for a few hundred years.
Draco.
Am I wrong?
I don't know, Draco. I don't know if you know. I don't know. I haven't really looked into this, so I'd be lying if I said.
Bro, I can't come up, dude. I'm gonna get harassed.
Yeah. So you can't appeal to Drake on me. We're just talking amongst ourselves. I put the explanation up at the top.
So Bill's lawyer was wrong then.
Well, so just explain it to me. Is Hebrews quoting the Septuagint version or the Hebrew version?
It's a Septuagint version.
It's a Septuagint version, and what's Draco's argument? Draco's argument is that actually that must be the correct one.
That's the one we're using. The ones that Christians use. Yeah.
Right.
I don't think he's arguing that must mean it's correct, but he's just saying he's not misquoting the Tanakh. He's just quoting.
No, this is a bad.
thing.
Right. This is a bad argument because you don't have the source material for the Septuagint.
Right.
We don't have it. Right. So, and it's very possible. We don't have manuscripts of Hebrew Bible older than the Septuagint. We don't have any. So Draco's making an erroneous point because he thinks that simply having the oldest Greek one tells us what the older Hebrew versions would have said, and it doesn't necessarily do that. The translators might have made adjustments. And so if we compare, we would want to check the theological meanings, we would want to check the grammar, we would want to check what are the connotations of that word in the Greek versus the connotations of that word in the Hebrew. Right? So Draco's claim, if Draco's claim is that the Septuagint is perfectly reliable, being the oldest translation of the Hebrew Bible, and therefore we can know what the Hebrew Bible is, that's an erroneous claim.
Well, I was just saying that there's ways to check the tradition if you're going to appeal to tradition. And he didn't, and no one wanted to accept that as an answer. And I thought that was really bad to say that. Because then it's like, well, then how do we know the text period then? We're going to need a scholarship tradition.
Right, and what happens when you check those scholarship traditions is you can find out which text the commentator had in front of them. Based on, right, if they're quoting the text, you can find out what did they have. And is that different than what other people had at different time periods? That's the way we want to use the Septuagint. Same kind of a way. Right? What text did the Septuagint had in front of them that rendered the translation that they got? Right, Draco? Come on.
We can't appeal to.
Come on.
What is this bread called? Sourdough? Oh shit.
It's yummy.
Moderators, point of order. I'd like to contribute a new proprietary submission back into the conference call, if I may. It's called a 60-second poem. Do you have ears and patience to listen to 60 seconds of a poem read to you by your friend Rod? I'm not going to transmit unless I have a positive confirmation that my submission will be received with joy and gladness. It is FYA for you all. Hello?
How come, like, the most positive people have no problem being a huge asshole, and the most anxious, depressed, miserable people, like, all we care about is being good to others and making a better world and being kind to strangers and not cutting people off in traffic and standing up for what's right. I just had a friend of mine tell me that I'm the most miserable person that he's ever met. And he said, this is why nobody likes you. This is because I posted something on Facebook that he didn't like. And he left a snarky comment. And I
Okay,
said, hey,
so King, are you there? King, are you there? No, King?
how come like the most positive?
Yo, what's up?
No problem being
What's up, King?
asshole.
What are you doing?
And
Not much, man. What's going on?
miserable.
No, chilling.
Like all we care about is being
Can we go over a few verses in the Quran?
being kind to strangers.
Oh yeah, you wanted to ask me something yesterday, right? Yeah. Sure, what's up? Yo, there's a few interesting verses, right? And I kind of strung them together in a way to see if you understand.
Hello?
Are you down? Okay. Listen to it? Yeah, I'll listen.
Hello there.
Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it? Okay. So, we have 4381. That's what I'm going to start.
Hey everybody, this is Ryan. I'm just wondering, where's the focus? Where's the concentration of attention on the topic and the discussion? And really, what's the information packets that we're transferring to each other? Is it of high value? Is it necessary? What's the purpose right now? This conference call. Well, Desi Arnaz, the story of Lucy and her love affair, and, the point is, Megatron, I mean, Caleb, you do understand that Megatron, in Kabbalah, is, Kakuma, is it not? Is it not the crown? So, oh, that's Metatron, not Megatron. Got it. Well, what's the opposite of Metatron? I think it's Bina, right? Is it Bina? They're on opposite sides of the tree. I'm just trying to say that maybe I just think, because I read this whole thing about Megatron. I can read it to you. It's about Megatron, not Metatron. But either way, meta, to me, it's all just in the word. It's communication. So Megatron is just like a fun name. But look at his PTR. That's the Black Madonna, which is like a black hole. And I like black holes. But the point is, Caleb, look at your menorah. Look at the light. Look, what's the name of the pillar in the menorah that lights the other candles that heard Shmuley Mateos talking about? The shamash. The shamash. The shamash. What does that mean metaphorically for us? Well, metaphorically, all it is, legally speaking,
know he chose her to purify her above all
I
worlds.
mean, that's Allah's choice. She was meant to be that person.
Okay.
But she's known as the best woman in Islam, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she's not like the best woman because she's just chosen above all women. It's not that she's the best of women because it's not like she would be. She was a virgin. She's not like a wife or anything. She's just chosen above all women. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like she's not
a righteous woman. So
yeah, she is righteous. Yes.
Yeah.
So she has a status. It's not so much that she is the. It's not. It's she was chosen to be, purified. It has nothing to do with her being better than other women. This doesn't make her better than other women. This gives her a status above other women. You get what I'm trying to say? Like I can't sit here and say, oh, Mary was the best woman because she was chosen. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And she was purified. So obviously, by default, she is. But you can't really compare it to anybody, right? I mean, you can, but it's like not fair. Do you get what I mean?
I can't understand. But in Islamic tradition, though, she is considered the best.
Yeah, she's the best of the chosen. Yes. Okay. Cool. So I read on, and I'm saying to myself, why did he choose her? So we go to chapter 19, her chapter 16 to 21. And it says, and mentioned the book Mary when she withdrew from her family in a place toward the east. And she took in seclusion from them a screen. Then we sent her our spirit. And he appeared to her as a well-proportioned man. He said to her, she said, indeed I seek refuge, the most merciful from you, if you should be God-fearing. He said, I'm only a messenger of your Lord to grant you a pure son. She said, how can I have a son if no man has ever touched me and I have not been unchaste? He said, thus it will be, your Lord said, it is easy for me, and we will make him a sign for the people and the mercy from us, and it is in matter already decreed. So already we know he chose her, purified her, she's going to have a pure son. The next verse is going to be 66:12. It says, an example of Mary, the daughter of Imran, who guarded her chastity, and we breathed into her garment from our spirit, and she believed in the words of her Lord and his scriptures, and was devoutly obedient. So now, just have to ask you a question. What do you call a man that denies his child? What do you call that person?
Deadbeat. I didn't hear what you said.
Well, I'm just saying, so I'm not calling Allah deadbeat. But
I'm not either, because Allah's not Jesus' dad.
well, this is the thing, right? We went through the line of reasoning and the hypotheticals that Allah has set. And if he did want a son, all he would do is choose from his creation. And when he chose from his creation, he purified this person and gave them a pure son. It says our spirit, and we breathed into her. So she wouldn't have had a child if God himself didn't make her have a child. On top of that, this child doesn't have a father. So I'm asking, he doesn't have an earthly father. So, because it's just not possible for her to have an earthly father, because it's not how he was conceived. He didn't have sex. But she still did have a son. It was already decreed. So then I'm asking you, how would you say that that's not Allah's son? Who would that be?
Because Allah explicitly makes that clear.
not his son.
explicitly made that Isa is not his son?
Yes, Jesus, Isa, however you want to call him.
So then who created him?
Allah
I'm
created
asking the one that gives life.
Yeah.
So then, if Allah created him, and there is no male, he has to be a son. He has to be his son.
So
But if he calls him
You're
his son,
asking him to prove it. He can't prove that Isa is not Allah's son.
well, I'm trying to get him to understand.
this is Prophet Evolution guy.
No, he's not going to tell you. He's like,
What's
stop.
up?
No, so yeah, he's not going to get involved in the conversation. He's just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah, shut up.
But I'm just asking,
Stay
how
humble.
could you prove that it's not Allah's son?
How can I prove it's not Allah's son? What do you mean?
Yeah, ask him to prove.
Allah, hey, I'm not talking to you. Shut up.
I'm talking.
Hey, shut up.
I'm gonna push you in the audience.
Oh, yeah, put his ass in the
Yeah,
audience.
come on.
Who's,
I'm gonna put him in the audience. Okay. So now, yeah, stop. Don't do that. So how do you prove he's not a son?
What do you mean, how do I prove this? You have to prove he is the son.
Just did.
He's not a son. I can prove that he's not because Allah explicitly makes it clear. He says that's not my son. He doesn't have sons. So that's my proof.
You say he doesn't have sons.
It's very clear. He explicitly makes that clear.
Plural.
Son, period. Son, daughter, nothing. He begets, nor was he begotten. Clear.
We're not talking about begetting and begotten.
Sons, there's other Quran verses that say Allah doesn't have a son. You know that.
Yeah, but then in this verse it says if he wanted to have a son, he's giving the hypotheticals. I'm not reading the hypotheticals.
It's an impossible hypothetical.
How is it an impossibility when he's the one setting the conditions?
Because he's showing you how that's not the case.
Yo, the other word for this is
He's
called
showing you that it's not the case.
reduction
Verses that
ad absurdum. Look it up.
do you have like verses that make this line of reasoning? So the line of reasoning is in the beginning, 38. How I started. I started at 43:1. If Muhammad is admitting if he did have a son, he'd be worthy of worship. Then again, he's saying if he wanted a child, he would just choose from his creation. 39:4. He chose Mary and purified her over all worlds. He chose from his creation. He's literally doing the hypothetical.
What's the message?
He's not like the hypothetical now is becoming at something he.
Did he break up for anyone else?
Was the one he says our spirit we breathe into her garment. So he's showing all of the possibilities, and now he's making those possibilities come true. Because it is true that Mary did have a son. Mary having a son. Yeah.
Are you saying you would love this verse? Go to Quran chapter 17:42. You would love this one.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, read it for me. I'm willing to learn. This is a bad argument. Yeah, it's a bad argument. I'm cool with being told it's a bad argument.
So let me show you another reductio ad absurdum. That's how it's called in the Greek because
I just want you to respond though, because the hypothetical actually became the story of Jesus in the Quran, or Isa, sorry, a story of Isa in the Quran. So the hypothetical is the reality of Isa being married.
Okay, now here's another.
He did choose from his creation, and then he did blow his spirit into Mary. He is the one who creates life, right? You're saying even if Isa was granted permission, it's only permission by Allah. So even when Isa blew the life into the bird, right? You're still saying that was Allah. Allah's the only one who gives life. So then it makes sense if he put a life in Mary, then, and there's no male, then he must be the reason why he's alive.
correct? And she gave birth then.
I
So
understand that.
hypothetical is the actual thing that happens.
So I understand what you're bringing, but I could, for example,
So now,
redirect you
I just-
to a verse, but I would not
give
do
me
this like.
verses.
Yeah. So I could redirect you to a verse that's explicit and it clearly says that God doesn't have a son and that Jesus, he's not like the son of God. But I would rather go to another passage and show you something else. Okay, so here's a verse. I'm gonna read it. Tell me what you understand. In chapter 17, I'm going to start with 41. We have explained in this Quran in various ways that they may remember, but it only adds to their rebellion. Say, if there were other gods with him, as they say, they would have sought a way to the Lord of the throne. Be he glorified, he is exalted far above what they say. So that's an interesting perspective, right? And there's another passage.
Can you read that again?
Yeah, I could read this again. We have explained. Okay, say if there were other gods with him, as they say, they would have sought a way to the Lord of the throne. So basically, he's saying if there was other gods other than God, they would have fought each other to try to be the ruler of the heavens and the earth, in a sense.
This is made up, that's not real.
I could show you another passage. I could show you another passage.
I'm not sure how, I like that verse.
You're saying people can't disagree.
It does make sense. There's only one absolute. That is correct. Yeah.
No,
So you do realize, right? Saying that one God created another God is not what we're saying here. We're talking about Allah having a son.
Yeah, so
obviously,
how does that work? Tell me how
because
does
it
that
couldn't
work?
be. First of all, we know that God is not biological. So obviously, right? Biology in and of itself is out of the question. This is the reason why.
Does your son share the same essence? Explain this to me.
Well, that's
You said it yourself.
Yes. Wait.
Okay, so you're
Don't answer him. Don't answer Smile.
What is son?
Don't answer Smile. So I'm asking you, in the first verse, it states that Muhammad would worship him, so he is worthy of worship. Now, I'm not exactly sure what Muhammad is agreeing by saying that, but he obviously would be of the same essence of his father. Not as a separate God, but as God himself. So, I'm not saying that it is a separate God. That's not what I'm saying. He wouldn't be a separate God. He would be of the essence of God. Because he's not telling Muhammad to commit shirk. He's not telling his own prophet to his people to show him violating his own principles. That he's still following the same principle. And he's not committing shirk. Because the son would be worthy of worship. No, we're not talking anything about Christianity or Christian thought. We're talking in the theology of Islam. Allah is saying, say. And Muhammad is responding. He's not going to tell his own prophet to violate him. So yeah, he would be worthy of worship. Now, the nature of the son, I can't exactly explain that to you because that's not what's in the text. But I will tell you that he didn't violate any of Allah's rules, and he was still worthy of worship.
Okay, I want to read you now another passage that's closer to the one I just read. So we're building something right now, right?
Yeah, but the verse that you gave me does not mean that would violate the worthy of worshipness, because then he's still worshiping Allah. So he's not talking about creating a different God of him. That would be obvious. His son is worthy of worship, meaning that his son isn't another God.
Yeah, so that's the metaphysical implication it would lead to. That's what God is explaining.
No. You're adding that.
using the
Because,
same.
no, you're adding that because there's no way he's going to tell Muhammad to admit to believing in another God that's worthy of worship. So no, that's wrong. That's wrong. I'm not taking that stance.
No problem. Let's read this one. Chapter
I'm
22,
taking that first verse.
verse 21. Or have they taken to themselves gods from the earth who resurrect? If there were in them gods other than God, they would have gone into ruin. So glory be to God, the Lord of the throne, beyond what they allege. He will not be questioned about what he does, but they will be questioned. Or they have taken besides him other gods. Say, bring your proof. This is a message for those
That doesn't talk about the verse.
and a message of those before me.
That's how
Them do not know the truth.
That's not nothing to do with the sun. That's nothing to do with the sun and another God.
26.
He's not creating
And
another
they
God.
say, listen, 26. And they say, the most merciful has taken a son to himself. Be he glorified. They are but honored servants. They never speak before he has spoken. They only act on his command. He knows what is before them and what is behind them. And they do not intercede except for him whom he approves. And they tremble in awe of him.
Oh, I love this verse.
Do you
I
listen
love
to
this.
this?
No. I love this verse. Give me what verse is that?
So this is chapter 21. 21. It's easy to remember.
Yeah,
21.
this is amazing.
So
Yeah,
God
this
is
doesn't
claiming
refute
he
my
doesn't
claim.
have a son.
No, I said
He has servants.
no. That's not what he said.
Yeah, that's what he said.
No, I don't know why you changed the. Why you do that? But read the verse.
What do you think it says, Bart?
What do you think it
21,
says?
21. I'm gonna read it.
21, 26.
Is it 21, 21 or 21, 26?
So 21, 21 is this. It's the beautiful context. So from 21, 21, you read till 21, 26.
Okay. Yeah. Every sentence is so short in the Quran, bro.
So it's why it's
The verses are short, straight to the point, compressed meaning.
Yeah. So, and they say, the most merciful has taken a son, exalted is he. Rather, they are honored servants. I'm not so sure. I don't know what this means.
So
Why you don't know?
This doesn't refute sonship.
No, but you have to take in consideration many passages. This passage says basically those who call those who say this is the Son of God or this is the Son of God.
No. So he's saying that the son, if he were to have a son, he's reinterpreting it to be as a servant.
That's the point. There is no
It's
son.
an ontological category change, not an argument one.
basically, Jesus is
It's not refuting.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is not refuting him having a son. He's saying he would then have a servant. So he would be. It was just a category explanation. Yeah. So he doesn't have sons. He has servants.
Yes.
That's it. There you go.
Exactly. So this doesn't deny that he doesn't have a son, though. His son is ultimately his servant, though.
Yeah, but you need to keep in mind that all the passages at once.
We're not talking about no. If he were to have a son, not sons, not multiple sons, as if we are all Allah's sons and all Allah's servants. That's not what's being said. He's saying if he were to have a son, his son is ultimately his servant. That's it.
Yes.
That doesn't refute the claim of him not having a son.
So what do you think?
This doesn't
doesn't negate.
Bart, what is a son?
I'm just reading a verse. Listen, I'm reading a verse.
What is a son?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. The son would be worthy of worship and not be violating Allah's laws. So you're gonna have to give me more verses that refute
what the Quran is
what actually happened in the Quran when he was talking about these verses in the beginning.
What is refuting is the language you guys use. Because it's the way you guys have used son, that you've taken it to an extreme. So it's just rejecting it completely. It's saying those that you're calling sons, that you're mistakenly calling by literal sons, they're honored servants. Jesus,
No, not sons. It's son. It's not
regardless,
sons. Why do you have to change? But they can change in the verse.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But
You know they always change the argument.
no, it doesn't make a difference. How does that change my point? How does that change my point? Whoever you're calling a son is an honored servant. That's what the Quran is saying. So stop talking like that. That's all it's saying.
Yeah, but why are you saying sons? It's not son. The verse doesn't say sons. The verse says son.
But 21, 26?
Yeah, it says son. It doesn't say sons.
Let's see. I remember when I first read the Quran, this one really stood out to me. But it says honored servants in plural, right?
It says servant. Oh,
My
servants.
translation says servant.
It says merciful has taken a son.
Wait, I'm gonna read it in Arabic just one moment. So
Just read it to yourself, because because you're just gonna confuse us.
what do you mean? It's just
He's gonna love the Quran.
what the word says, man.
He's scared of liking the Quran sound.
وقالوا اتخذ الرحمن ولدا سبحانه بل عباد مكرام. So it's just, so the first is waladan, so it's like a son, but it's talking about also many servants. So some people say because different people were called sons of God, right, by certain people. But he's saying basically that the reality is that they are not sons of God. Like they're servants of God whom he mukramun, he have honored, or karamats, like they're.
This is going to be the problem. So I think the reason why this verse actually makes this even more confusing is because this is going to be tension with the 4381. Because if the son, if you're saying 2126 would mean son, merely an honored servant, but if Allah had a son, worship would follow. So the servants never ground worship, but worshiping Allah because of servants would be shirk. But the Quran again isolates this between son equals servant and son equals worship radiant relation, which 4381. So the both of them can't be true.
So okay, so Megatron, you already know the verse, and I don't need to even pull it up, right? The verse in chapter 4, verse 171. It says, exalted is he above having a son. What does that mean?
That doesn't mean, listen to me, that like, so I'm not sure if that's a translation problem, but this is like, all right, that's what I'm saying. You need to put that using logic. That actually doesn't negate that he doesn't have a son. Like, logically, it doesn't deduce, like, what you're thinking in your head as you're
saying the words don't match up to the reality. Because he's exalted enough to have a son, it's just saying he's not good enough to even recognize if he did have a son. He doesn't even care. It really doesn't. It doesn't sound like he's saying that he would even admit if he had a son because it wouldn't matter anyway. Like, I don't know how you want to make sense of that.
Bro, it's you need to be honest with what the Quran is saying here. Like, you know, if you just go on ChatGPT and you talk, like, you just type in this, all the verses where God negates having a son. Bro, you're gonna find like I think more
Very
than
ambiguous.
10, 20 passages.
Well, give me that. Because they're very ambiguous.
Listen,
Yeah,
sure. Let me read them all.
Just send me the link. Just send me the link in the chat.
Okay.
Just put the link.
Sure.
Just put the link in the chat.
First. So what do you
I share my links.
Right, what is ambiguous about these verses?
Well, you haven't really given me any because 4171 says that he's a highly honored. I don't know. He's the spirit and word of Allah.
No, like the way you read the Bible, those that you call sons of God. God is saying.
No. If we're talking about a son, we're talking about one son. Sons of God is the Nephilim.
Okay.
No, we're not talking about sons of God.
Anyone that's a son of God. For example, Jesus says a peacemaker, right? A peacemaker is a son of God. In the Bible, right? Jesus says that. So God is saying, Allah in the Quran is saying, that is an honored servant. That's essentially what it's saying.
Yeah, but then why would Muhammad agree to give him worship?
He doesn't. That's an impossible.
Says that.
It's an impossible hypothetical. It's there to emphasize how extremely, like, never. This is not something that's possible. That's the emphasis of that message.
It's in the doc. I just sent it here.
Well, I don't know. Like, that's why it's just. What's weird is that, like, he says one thing, but then he does the other. He's giving, like, he purifies. He purified Mary, and he purified her for what reason? To give her a pure son. It's so weird. He's the one who did it. It was decreed.
How come Muslims aren't confused about this? How come no Muslim will go out of their way to say,
I'm not saying. No. I'm not saying that Muslims are confused. I'm just saying to myself, like normally, when you look at this, you're like, oh, well, he's the one who gives life. I mean, he gave a life and put it into this woman. The only woman mentioned in the Quran. Like, I'm saying to myself, like, oh, this was a decreed thing. It's not like, you gotta remember, it's not like a woman was married and she couldn't have a child, like Isaac, like how John the Baptist was, because they still had sex. Like, they have a father. So they had sex. Whether if he put that life in that child has a father. But this person has no father.
Okay, so Megatron, you remember the verse we just read in 21:26, right? That in fact, the ones that were called sons are not sons, they're servants. Now, listen to this one here. In chapter 4, 171, the one you know, it gave many descriptions of Jesus. So it says, do not exaggerate in your religion, do not say about God except the truth. The Messiah, son of Jesus, the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, is the messenger of God, his word that he conveyed to Mary. So messenger, word, spirit from him, and do not say Trinity, refrain, it is better for you. God is only one God, so glory be to him that he should have a son.
That's a clear refutation against, like, Christian.
Yeah. And then it says, to him belongs everything in the heavens and the earth, and God is sufficient as a protector. And then look what it says in 72. It says, the Messiah does not disdain to be a servant of God, nor do the favored angels. So the angels and Jesus, the Messiah, they're not arrogant in some way, shape, or form to be his servant.
Oh,
Not
so he's
not
not
his
a servant.
sons.
So he's not a servant.
Exactly. No, that's a great.
He is a servant,
That's a
therefore.
great verse.
Wait. Repeat that verse.
Yeah.
That sounds like Isaiah 42.
I don't know necessarily, but yeah. Okay, so he says.
Well, that kind of mimics Isaiah.
So he
42
says.
and 52.
Okay, the non-Trinity refrain is better for you. God is only one God. Glory be to him that he should have a son. To him belongs everything in the heavens and the earth, and God is sufficient as protector. The Messiah does not disdain to be a servant of God. Like, he's not too arrogant to be a servant of God, nor do the favored angels. Whoever disdains his worship is too arrogant, and he will round them up to himself altogether. You see that?
I like that verse. I don't really think this is a problem.
Good. I'm happy you said that. Because I think some Christians think it's an insult, like we're diminishing Jesus. But the God is telling you, Jesus himself won't feel any type of way being called a servant.
And look at the series of titles he was mentioned as: Word of God, Spirit from him, the Messiah, right? But not Son of God.
That's fine.
Yeah, servant of God. So yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. Can you read? Would you be able to read this translation without the brackets?
I can, yeah.
Can I give it to you from the corpus?
Sure, but if I read it to you, would you, like, what's the purpose? Is it for me to understand or for you to, I don't know, maybe you want, what do you, like, do you want me to give you, like, what it says in the word for word, or?
Well, I can give you the word for word translation without the brackets.
Sure, go ahead.
And actually,
tell me what's the passage. I'll read it. No problem.
Honestly, it doesn't look like it's going to, like, I don't know. It might confuse it.
Yo, do you see the?
I'll read this together. Let's read this together. Okay. Don't read the brackets. Oh, people, the book. Not commit access in your religion, and not say Allah about Allah, except the truth. Only the Messiah, Isa, son, Maryam, a messenger, Allah, of his word, which he conveyed to Maryam, and a spirit from him. So believe in Allah and his messengers, and not say 3. Desist, better for you only Allah, God, one. Glory be to him that he has for him a son. To him, whatever in the heavens and whatever in the earth, and is sufficient Allah, a disposer of affairs, never will the state, the Messiah, be a slave of Allah, and not the angels, the one who are near.
Hey.
Kivalik Habibi, Adi, Tarkadian, welcome. How are you? I'm so happy to be here. What's up with the Buttercup? Did you have some drama, some emotional unresolved conflict?
Did you know that she has a son?
She has a son?
Mm-hmm.
Ah! She is a mother.
She she's a mother, yeah.
So what's your
Her
point?
son is a faggot.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's horrible.
What's new? How's your congressman going?
Got a little more work to do, but it's pretty much over. They removed me from the ballot.
No, why?
Insufficient signatures.
Oh, damn it. You were on Clubhouse. You couldn't find so many signatures?
No, it's the girl in Rockford did not get me good signatures. A lot of them were, I think, bullshit. Some of the people who worked for her were submitting just, bullshit signatures.
Well, at least you tried, I admire you for that.
Yeah. It was, I spent thousands of dollars. I raised $600, $700 on a clown house, but I personally spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars getting those stupid signatures.
No, you did not.
Yeah, what do you think? You think things in the real world don't fucking move if there ain't money attached to it? Who are you fucking kidding?
No.
You can sit here and complain, submit.
You actually did that? That's crazy.
Yeah, well, how the fuck do you think campaigns are free? You think you just sit here on a clown house and fucking twiddle your thumbs? Money doesn't move
I
around.
thought that's enough, these days.
Yeah. You still shop at the grocery store with coupons. Anyways,
yeah,
I forget my
I
audience.
don't need to pay you. I just have the coupons.
Forgot who I'm talking to.
You wish you were like me, but too bad your dad is a Jew, and there's your mom.
Did you keep the donation money?
I think he's away from his phone.
No, we spent it. I spent it. I went to Peoria, Illinois, and I got signatures. And I, booked a hotel room. And I got signatures up there, so that money has been spent. Car, fuel, everything. It's all accounted for. But I think we got $90 left in the account. But I'm going to do the write-in candidacy. So the campaign's not technically over because I'm a write-in candidate now, but I'm off the ballot. I'm still a candidate, technically. But I'm going to pivot in March. I'm going to submit a new candidacy to the Chicago Board of Elections for commissioner. So I'm going to run a different race starting in March. Politics never ends. It's really obnoxious. Just keeps going. So much work. But there's more I could say about this, but I'm just going to put it on Instagram. Avoid repeating myself. Like you.
Shut up. So have you encountered Randy?
No, I think he is off the app.
You wrong because I didn't do shit.
Yeah, you did. Fine.
What did I do?
Hello? Wow. Assassinated. You're a killer.
Okay, just like that.
Bye-bye. Don't want you living in my brain for free. Can't take it unless I get paid.
Can't take it anymore. Can't take the sit list anymore.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, this app, it's so crazy how you can just surrender your identity, surrender your ears to people. And in a way, it's like you become their proxy. And that's why I recorded it all, because it's so ridiculous to be here to listen to some of these people. It's so childish, it's so immature, it's so petty, it's so pathetic. I've done so many, amazing things in my life, and to think that your life is listening to the people on this app, it's very, very sad. But I feel like.
Wait, are you repeating yourself?
No, I'm saying that I think what I've done is artistic, but I think what other people done here
Very
is
artistic, yeah.
it's just hypocritical, which means you're a critic but not an artist. And if you are just a consumer and not a producer, you truly are the ultimate sucker.
But you cannot only have producers and artists around. You need people who are
Consumers,
going to consume. Yeah.
I get it. Consumers can become artists, but the whole thing is,
I mean,
it's
not
better.
every consumer is supposed to be an artist.
It's just sellers and buyers, and it's
exactly.
Yeah.
And there are more buyers. I mean, yeah, than sellers.
See, I'm a seller and a buyer, but not every buyer is a seller, and it's better to be a seller and a buyer.
You're a special snowflake. We see it on your scalp, you know.
Yeah, well, look at my PTR. The camel is a metaphor for one who can go great distances. And really, the emotions is the water of subconscious internal friction. And the camel can go so far and return with absolutely no water in its system and survive. So the whole thing is the ability to go far out. And really, it's about transportation and communication. So, hello? I'm also, you'll have to
What
check.
about that black man on the camel? What does that symbolizes?
Can you check out my TikTok? It's John Kitover. I have filmed.
No, I don't have TikTok.
Oh, no. Well, anyways, I do.
Sorry.
And I've been recording TikTok for like a week now. Oh, I have so many rooms on, so many Clubhouse rooms on TikTok.
Really have any success?
Yeah, it's getting views. But the coolest thing is the filter because I'm the Grinch. I'm this green furry thing.
It's perfect for you.
Yeah, because Grinch is kind of like
Maybe you can
a
even
grump.
put a filter so you can have a little hair, you know.
Well, yeah, you actually can't tell I'm bald. But the thing that's funny about it is because the Grinch is like a Christmas thing, and I'm kind of grumpy. But I feel like, you know, if people watch this and they're like, dude, this guy John Kitover's hilarious. This is genius. This is really funny, and you know, I've really enjoyed his TikTok. And wow, it's like art because it's like video art, and you know, you only get to live once. So whatever you create is what you create, and then you croak, and then you're just in the history books. So the new history books are on TikTok. The new history books are on YouTube. The new history books are in the palm of your hand on Instagram.
All right, one time is enough.
Yeah. You know, see,
Anyway, did Randy encounter this profile of yours or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, he got very worried, and then they kicked him off the Clubhouse.
What?
They kicked him off the Clubhouse. I reported him for using the N-word. I did. I screenshotted it. It's part of my PTR. Submission was reporting Randy.
Yeah. Aesthetically. Would be a separate
And you know, it's interesting because I think this type of confusion happened in different civilizations. Correct? You know, we are aware of angels, and you know, we are aware of all these beings. You know, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, like maybe they had their prophets, they had the people in their time that have encountered such beings, right? And that could have been something, right? That could have been a thing to transform an angel as a deity. and then people just start worshiping the angel, and they call the angel, a son of God, right? Whereas in reality, the angel is simply a servant of God, right? So, I'm just saying, like, for me, it's a valid point. It is.
So it purposely wants to override the previous text when it comes to this sort of stuff. So then it knows what the other text is saying, correct? No, let's just look at it, because then this is what I mean. Then, like, we shouldn't be arguing then, right, about me believing Jesus is the Son of God when it explicitly says that he is speaking to his Father and the Father is speaking to his Son. So when we talk about a father-son relationship in the New Testament, it is a real one. It's not a made-up one. It's not anything where it's like saying what the Quran is saying. The Quran is saying, if Isa was a son before, he's nothing but a glorified servant to Allah. But that's for you. That's not for you to take my text and say, oh, now this text overrides that text, but that text is still saying he is the Son of God. That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's not saying, oh, forget your old text. It's just saying you guys believe that he's not the Son of God, but we do believe that he is the Son of God. So then we shouldn't be fighting about, like, you telling me I'm committing shirk because I'm not a Muslim. I'm a Christian. And in the Christian book, he is the Son of God. You get what I'm trying to say, King? Like, we shouldn't be trying to convince you that Jesus is the Son of God. Because in your book, he's not.
No,
but in my book, he is.
It's about how you understand that.
No. But no. You can't now take your text and interpret it to
But
me.
honestly, I don't have an issue with you saying that. If you're understanding
But that's what my text says.
I know, if your understanding is he's an honored servant, God sent him, he's close to God, yeah, okay, fine. If that's how you want to use that terminology. But the Quran is completely saying stop talking like that because you're confusing yourselves and everyone.
Yeah,
so it's saying to the reader of the Quran that they shouldn't talk like that. It's not telling you to tell the Christian not to talk like that. When is it saying?
Everyone, including
everyone,
including the pagan Arabs.
I'm not a pagan Arab.
I know.
I'm the people of the book.
Because even they used to associate angels as daughters of God and other.
That has nothing to do with Christianity, though.
It's all in the same category, though.
No, you can't put me in. I'm not a pagan from fucking Arabia. You can't say that to me. I'm the people of the book. I'm the Christian closest to you guys.
I'm not saying you're a pagan, so I'm saying that understanding of
I'm the Christian in your book closest to you. Your God and my God is one.
I'm saying the Quran is just shutting down that terminology, so it doesn't.
For you, for the Quran,
for everyone.
No, I don't have the Quran in my book.
So it's like you would have to see servant of God as, let's say, the entry level, and then the verse we just read before, it says servant mukarama.
You know what's funny? I just think of hanging out with Arban. Like, I think it because I've hung out with I have so many Albanian friends, right? Hung out with Albanian friends and they were Muslim, and I never knew they were Muslim. Never knew they were Muslim. They dated girls that had crosses, like, and rosary beads tattooed to them, right? They never I've ever heard them even care to ever have a conversation about their girl or the woman or the mother of their children believing or saying that she's a man worshiper. Never in my life. The conversation never came up because he didn't believe that, but she did. But they got along. Like, it was never like, oh my God, I can't be your friend.
Some culture and people are situated in a geographical location where there's more mixed, like more diversity, right? Christians and Muslims living side by side for like centuries. So
these people have families together. That's what I'm
but
telling you.
it's not haram.
So these topics never come up.
You can't marry one from the people of the book. But yeah.
No. Forget about your rules. I'm talking about what actually is out there and it's done.
It's the
You
same in
don't see
Lebanon.
people.
Go to Lebanon and you'll see the
Well,
same.
I have
Yes.
friends. I don't argue with them about God.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, so then we should never be arguing about whether Jesus is God, whether if he's the Son of God, because obviously to you he's not the Son of God. And like, I'm okay with you saying Isa's not the Son of God. Like, perfect. Isa is not the Son of God. In your rules, if Allah did have a son, even if it looks like Isa is his son, he's just a glorified servant.
Yeah.
But you want to know something? Like, if that's what you call him, Isaiah 42, Isaiah 52, all these Isaiah verses actually make sense to you guys. You guys can actually use Isaiah and some of the shit in the New Testament that says he's a servant of God.
Yeah, it's not a new idea.
Yeah, those verses would pertain to you. They wouldn't be, I don't think they're not supposed to be used to negate my belief, though. That's the thing. You could say, yes, these verses fit with the Quran, but they're not meant for a polemic to say, your book is wrong because your book agrees with my book, so the other verses must be wrong. That's not how I'm thinking that you're supposed to be taking the text. You're supposed to be taking what you're saying. Oh, if it pertains to the Quran, then yeah, it makes sense. But those other verses, those aren't for us, that's for you. Like, I think that should be the attitude, right? Right, King? You get what I'm trying to say?
The problem is when you guys call Jesus.
Why is that? I don't have a problem.
No, I'm just telling you.
No problem with that.
When you guys call Jesus Son of God, you're referring to him as being the same.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, no. But King. Did you just listen to what the
I listened to what you said. So Megatron, what you said it's a smart point. You know, it's not how can I say this? It's not contrary to like the understanding necessary. Like it's okay. It's great actually to read a book that literally talks about like the Messiah and he's a servant of God. Like it proves what's in the Quran. I agree.
Yeah.
Now the thing is this, right?
So why turn around and say to me, because I'm still taking those verses, right, along with the verses that it came with, right? And it's still saying what I'm saying. You're taking parts of what it says to say what you're saying. All right, so we're still in agreement.
So imagine
why do we have to convince? This is the thing.
Yeah.
Why do we have to convince each other otherwise? That's the point I'm trying to make, King.
So what I'm trying to make is this, right? What
I'm trying to say,
I know what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is this, right?
I'm not trying to be argumentative.
Okay, Megatron. Imagine we play a video game together, and we spawn in different areas, right? And we have different truth and different, tools, and we are able to communicate like we're communicating right now. Whatever truth and things that I have built from my side, I have to be not selfish and share it to you and tell you, look, that's exactly how it operates. This is how we should operate in the video game. Because look, it works. This is it, man. That's the code, right? That was cracked or given by the elders, whatever. And then you say something similar. I listen, this is what I have. We'll have to kind of make sense of our narrative. But if we're making sense of the narrative, I'm just saying that the conclusion will have to come together and just say, is the understanding of God must be the same, right? Like the way we understand who Allah is, whether it's from the side of the Jews, whether it's from the side of the Christians, whether it's from the side of the Muslims, it should be the same. There shouldn't be a difference on the base of our temple, which is God. He's the base of our faith. And so, in my faith, whatever is within my heart, it's not different than whatever you have in your heart. We're all sons of Adam, right? So the light that I have here, it's the same light that you have there, right? So we're not here to kind of like promote like any type of misconceptions or delusion when it comes to God. So we'll have to be honest. And if you have information on your side that would be helpful to me, man, share it. I want to learn.
So there's a lot of
That's
stuff
the idea.
that the Jews say that a lot of people say that I don't like. There's no point in me going into a long diatribe of like explanation with them. Like, they're never gonna see it like I am. Like I just accept the fact that you see it a different way. So it's almost like why can't you guys have that attitude towards the New Testament?
However, if you are here all the time,
Because you hear the way I engage with Jews, and I know that we say like silly things to each other back and forth. I don't really take what they say as insulting because we're reading out of the same text.
Yeah, and they refuse the New Testament, so they could say,
Well,
for example,
they're supposed to. Like, it wouldn't make sense for them not to accept it, but they
for us, I would say this, right? If you would have to compress the gospel account into 3 saints, right? And it's something simple. You need to follow Jesus, you need to follow God, and you need to receive mercy, and you need to receive his like forgiveness, and you need to enter paradise and accomplish like your life purpose, right? So if this is the gospel message, I'm gonna say, yeah, I think a Jew must uphold this also, and a Muslim like literally uphold the same thing. That's the whole point. So I'm saying from my side, we have something to teach you guys. You guys have probably something to teach us. It's all interconnected, right? But if I'm just saying, if everything would have to collapse and there is just one thing we need to agree upon, I'm just saying it's the understanding of God. Not just understand that God is one, and love your neighbor as yourself. Just this, it should be a non-negotiable understanding. You see what I'm trying to say? So yeah.
Bart, what do you think we're giving you a hard time on as Muslims?
I feel like the fact that you guys can't accept so we're still saying one God, right? We're still saying one God when we talk about the Trinity. So I know that you guys like to use the verses and like to leave out certain messages from it, which probably makes sense to you. I'm like, oh, right, it makes sense to you that Jesus is this, this person, right? That says it, that's in your book, right? But if I keep reading the text and I'm reading the whole book, it's going to say what I'm saying. To say that my book doesn't say it, what I'm showing you it does. Like the conversation we had the other day with this guy, the guy in the room that got kicked out. Which I wish the language was better. He was saying firstborn. He couldn't understand that concept. Even though we showed him that Israel was the firstborn, David was the firstborn, but Jesus was the firstborn of creation, and that all things were made for him, by him, for his authority. That was a different status than firstborn. He couldn't get over that point because it said firstborn. That's the part that I'm starting to that I start to get a little frustrated on, because then do an internal critique, internalize the text, put yourself in the shoes of a Christian, and say, yeah, to the Christian this makes sense. Just like when I speak to the Jew, I can say, yeah, it makes sense, but I don't believe it. But it makes sense. So that you can actually have the conversation about the text, instead of always trying to refute the text. That's the one thing, King, that I don't understand about Muslims, is that instead of having a conversation about the text, so that you can actually understand what I'm saying, and I can understand what you're saying, right? And then we can have deeper conversations. right? Because then we're really giving the meaning of the text. Once we engulf it, then we're getting into the better conversation. Why always go into the conversation to refute what I'm telling you the text says? That's the question.
I'm gonna tell you why.
That's really like, instead of trying to understand it, you're just sitting back, thinking of what to say, so that it says what I'm not saying.
I'm gonna tell you why.
I don't get that. Why is that always
So listen. Yeah, it's fair, and I'm gonna tell you why. So try to imagine what I'm trying to say right now. Imagine there's 3 rooms. One is the room of the Jews. One is the room of the Muslims. One is the room of the Christian. I'm gonna say on where you were born in the room of the Christian. You had truth, you have understanding, you have a lot of things that are true, right? Same for the Jew, same for the Muslim in their own rooms. If a Muslim will be like in a state in his life where he's, knowledgeable and he have a strong foundation of his understanding and truth, and he's exploring something that's different, like a different room, and he's trying to understand the truth that is within the Christian's hand, or the wisdom, or the, whatever the message is, he's gonna have to put his garment of monotheism. You have to understand this. For us, you could remove, if you would have to remove everything, and there is only one thing that's going to stand, it's our understanding of God. So we cannot remove this garment and lower our defense and enter the New Testament. It's impossible. Do you see what I'm trying to say? We need to keep it. And we need to see whatever you're going to present, we need to see it through this lens. Or else, it's never going to make sense to us. So I'm trying to say this in a way that's making sense. And the Jew who's going to explore the New Testament, I'm going to say he's going to do the exact same thing. He cannot remove the garment of his understanding that he has about God. It's impossible. So if he enters the New Testament room, he's going to have to keep his clothes. And he's going to understand and read whatever he's going to have to read and understand. So that's I don't know if you understand the analogy, but that's the best way I could put it.
Bobby, for me, I go into it looking at, is there enough ambiguity where I can arrive at my conclusion? I can definitely understand where you guys get your ideas from, but can you fairly say there's enough ambiguity in the Bible, in the verses I quote, from Jesus speaking, for me to hold the position I hold? That's my main approach.
Yeah. So just like how I strung together those verses, I say,
I can't hear you break up.
Just how I strung those verses.
I disagree with you. I disagree.
Just how I strung those verses together, and I made it make sense to me. I feel like you guys are doing the same.
No. So I'll tell you the difference, and I think we have to be very honest. Objectively speaking, the Quran is just rigidly clear about what it's saying. It's very clear about its message. It's very explicit. God does not have a son.
But so is the Bible. God does have a son.
I disagree with
That's that. You see. All right. So then I'm lost, bro. Then these conversations can never move past this point, then, King. You're always gonna go back to this point. Then, there's gonna have to be a breakthrough for you, because I can accept the fact that Allah doesn't have a son, even though I did string up enough verses together that it is the spirit that was in, and he doesn't want to call him his son. That's fine, but I can still come to the agreement that he's not Allah's son. But you can't come to the agreement that Jesus is the Son of God when he's literally the Son of God. Like, do you think that's fair?
No.
For you, for me to be fair to you, but you're not gonna be fair.
Why is it
Like, that's
important?
crazy.
Why is it so important? Is it because son God in Christianity means?
It's because it says so.
No. Does it mean he's the same essence? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Yes. So if we go to the verse yesterday that this guy said, right? Colossians 1:15 through 18. Look how this reads, because this doesn't read like it's from. This doesn't read like you would read this from the Quran. So you can't take this like. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. For by him all things were created in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or authorities, all things were created through him and for him. And he is before all things, and in him all things hold together. And he is head of the body, the church. He is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead. That is everything he may be. Or permitted. Or how do you say that word?
No, I get what you're saying. So I'm not going to dispute the Bible holds Jesus to high status. Right? But what I'm saying is, when I go
preeminent.
Okay.
So yeah, preeminent. So basically, everything he might be. Yeah. So he is before everything. Before creation, he was the one all things were made for.
Okay. So when I go into Jesus' words again, I like to focus on what Jesus said, right? When I go there,
You just ignored that whole thing.
I'm not ignoring. I agree with you. Okay, the Bible holds Jesus to a very high status. I agree. I don't think it equates him to the Father. I still don't think it does.
No, he's not the Father.
Right.
He can't be the Father.
Okay.
He's the Son.
Okay. So, but the Father is the highest power, right, in the Bible.
When the Father creates, he does it through the Son. That's what he's saying.
Okay. So again, Bart, all I'm saying is there's enough ambiguity.
It's not a shared power. It's how God does things. And when he does things, he does it through his Son. That's what he's saying.
Right. The Son is like a tool used to
The Son is the way he communicates with the world. So what we're saying to the Jews is, right? This is what we're saying to the Jews. We're saying to the Jews, every time they read that scroll, right? And it's God creating, that's Christ. That's Christ speaking in the Torah, in the Tanakh. It's him in his full glory. Right? There's still a Father. We're not denying the Father. We're saying though that the Son is the one who's speaking the visible. He is the visible Adam. He is the visible God. He is the one the prophet spoke to. He is the one authoring the Torah. He is the Word of God. The Word of God is the Son of God. Right? Through the Father. The Father is always involved. He's always there. The Father and the Spirit are always there. They're always present. They are one. That's it. There's like, it's not saying that one is higher than the other. No, there is no one higher than the other. That doesn't make sense to say that.
But when you're praying,
they are one.
Okay, Bart. When you're praying, right?
Pray to the Father.
So you're praying to the Father.
Correct.
Okay. So you're making some kind of distinction there.
Yes, there's a distinction. Yes. You know why? Because Christ made it known to us that the Father is God.
Gotcha.
Right? But the one revealing it to us is God.
Yeah.
Through his Son.
Okay, so is the Father Jesus?
The Father cannot be Jesus because we cannot see the Father.
Okay.
We can only see God through the Son.
So you have a different view, because I've heard Christians say the Father is Jesus. So
So,
That's not
that's the ambiguity I'm talking about.
Yeah. So ignore those people. You should ignore those people. Like I'm literally like all right. So the reason why I'm telling me right with my position, the reason why I'm telling you with the authority that I'm telling you, and you know what? People don't have to agree with me, but at least I'm coming to you right with a tradition with 1.2 billion people that hold to these traditions for the last 17,000 years, 17,000 years, 1,800 years. Like consistently having this belief, taking the blood and body of Christ on a daily basis. It happens every day, all the time, and this is the tradition. This is what we're saying. So, like, I get what those other people are saying, but they probably don't have the same traditions that I hold. And you know what? They have their reasons, but they don't have the same theological background information that I do.
But don't you think that's important?
I have a deep theological background information that has priests, bishops, papacy, churches all around the world, mission work. We're talking about like hundreds of thousands of people, saints, everything, scholarship, like just stuff all over the world.
I know.
Like ridiculous evidence.
But don't you think that's an important distinction?
For them, yeah, I can argue with them all day, right? But I'm only going to be pushing my dogma down their throat. So they're not forced to believe my dogma, and it's not going to hinder on their salvation, right? Because as a Catholic, I'll just say they're ignorant to knowing certain things because their traditions have gone astray. And I'll just say they're fully short. But guess what? They can still be saved because they're justified in their ignorance. That's all I was telling them. Well, you have a doctrine that says it's not possible for Isa to be the son of Allah. So then how can I blame you, right, when you have the text in front of you stating that he can't be the son of Allah? So then I'm going to have to say, well, you know what? If he believes that's his God, right, and that's what his doctrine says to follow, then, who am I to say that, even if you take verses from the Bible and say, oh, look, this is saying what my book is saying. Who am I to say that you can't say that? I'm going to be like, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense to you, right?
All right, based on what you just said, we pray to the same God. We pray to the God that sent Jesus, both of us.
Yeah, so all right. So then what are we really fighting about?
I'm not fighting you guys.
No, I'm just saying. Instead of us constantly trying to give the ambiguous verses, why don't you just this is why I wish a Muslim would rewrite like the New Testament in like their way. That'd be fucking great.
I think that would be cool, actually. That'd be great.
Yo, so Megatron, I'm working on this actually. I could do this now.
Okay, so what I did. So you know how I think you guys can do this?
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Would you read a Muslim translation of the Bible? I don't think so.
What do you mean? But why would it be important? Why would it? I would read it just for like educational purposes.
Every time it says son, I'm gonna have to say servant.
Paying each other the whole weekend.
Rock, dude, not rock. That's it.
Assalamualaikum.
And so we can limit, the extension that people value, which is the ability to be able to succeed, be able to excel. So, can you imagine a society in which, everybody is equal? By that logic, basically, if everybody's completely equal, then realistically,
that is not true, Necro. That is just like your opinion. When you have two Burger Kings and a McDonald's next to each other, both restaurants increase their sales because of the collective herd psychology and the tide rises all ships. You see, Necro, you have a lack of perspective.
Oh, that was not a made up accent. It's impressive. I have to work on that. But so regarding the bank, I mean, success doesn't have to be at the expense of others. We all succeed. There could be healthy competition or ugly competition. Healthy competition, everybody can succeed. Imagine me, you, and everybody else in the room. Let's say we're hard working, trying to find the best cure, let's say for malaria, something that takes millions of lives every year, or something even more horrendous, something like cancer, and now we're all competing. Now it happens to be you, Necro. You actually discovered the cure first. Now me, the book and others in the room will be a bit sad that we didn't get to get the glory and fame for this. But guess what? When any one of us falls ill, we will actually benefit from your success. So it's a win-win everywhere. Yes, we don't all equally win. You will get the biggest prize if you get actually a Nobel Prize. Now, this will be awarded not by some politicians, normally they're awarded, but you will actually should really merit a Nobel Prize. And we'll applaud you for it. Because when Tabuk or somebody else in their family falls ill, they will applaud you because it's Necro that actually was utilized. His actual invention is a cure, actually now saved somebody's life. So it's a win-win. Now, the next thing that we're competing on is the cure for malaria. Now, I get to find it. Now, you go all the time. You spend 5 years of your life working hard and so on. But when next one of you goes around the world and you acquire malaria, you're not going to die. You're not going to die because man, you saved your life. You actually find the innovation. So it's a win-win again. But we don't win equally, but we're all winning. Because I got the Nobel Prize this time. And it goes on like this. It does not have to be ugly, the competition. The competition could be, yes, we all are aspiring, we all get kick-started. And when you fight, I get the Nobel Prize, and you got the Nobel Prize. Now the book is key to next time, well, it seems even harder, work more efficiently to find the next cure. 7 days when you just find it. And then we all also benefit from this cure. And so win-win again. But it just happens to win more than us in this case. No, there's no losers. There's actually no losers. Why does it have to be ugly? Now that's just in terms of competition, but when it comes to justice, we're going to have crimes.
Yeah, I mean, you may not have the issue with that specifically, but I mean, to me, like, you've had where the only way that like innovation has happened that built modern society basically is where you've had the free market, which allowed people to decide to where you had it where the only way for people to improve is to be able to compete for the person's dollar, for the consumer's dollar, and this gave everybody the opportunity basically to have work from having the person who made money off of providing something that consumers wanted. And so in many ways, it's arguably that the free market is necessary, that that private enterprise is a way for you to have consumer choice, which inevitably means that there's going to always be inequality, which is, or specifically that inequality is something that's going to be a feature of that system.
Yeah, I wish there was such a thing as a free market. I mean, that's just, unfortunately, it's a deception of praise. There isn't such a thing as free market normally. I mean, I'm not an advocate of capitalism or communism. I think both have one-dimensional philosophies that cause massive horrors and terror in the planet, both of them, because there's nothing free about either of them. Now, one of them appeals to this idea of decentralizing everything, and so that everybody now can go and grab whatever they can. Capitalism, the other one, is centralizing everything where it's common to everyone. Then you get equal somewhat disposition, irrespective of merit or otherwise. That's communism. Now, these are the main drives of them. Their main focus is just the material so-called disposition, how it is done, either through the hands of the few or the hands of many. But everything else gets to be now rewritten in the shadow of this. Human rights are abused at will, but they're not the focus of the system.
Or we don't even have to go. We don't have to go to the free market, really. I mean, essentially, you take like any sort of sport. It's like you have it where specifically everybody benefits from seeing their favorite teams play and compete specifically. If you take away that system, it's essentially it's not a win-win. It's a lose-lose because everybody loses in that system.
Yeah, but that system is not so everybody wins. It's actually, let's take a sports team, let's say call it whatever it is, basketball or football or whatever it may be. And these two teams are competing to show their skill. Now, it's not necessarily a loss. It's just you never had it. Never had it in the first place. You got beaten by the better team. What did you lose? You didn't lose anything. Now, what you could do is go to the gym next time, and you could actually train much harder, or recruit the best, more better talent, or cultivate better talent. I don't think talent is necessarily always inborn, but yeah, you could. But there's not necessarily a loss. It's the better team won. What did you lose? You didn't lose anything. You put your skills and match them against the skills of another, and the skills of the other, outwitted your skills. And so there's not a loss here. It's just a reality now, which is being portrayed. That's if it's the game normally is played on so-called professionalism. Most of these games, sadly, are at least there's an aspect of luck involved. You can see in all of these sports, there's an issue of luck involved, particularly these kind of team sports.
So they didn't lose, so they're a last winner. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying no, their skills were exposed, that their skills were lessened. This is what's really happening in the game. They two matching teams, 11 players on either side. They are there not to win or gain. They're there to show the prowess of their skills relative to another. Now, when they score losing the game, the skills, they haven't lost anything they never possessed before. They've never lost anything in real terms. Yeah, it's said that they lost the game. But in reality, the skills were less than a match than the skills of the other team. Realistically, the other team was better organized. It actually happened to score more goals or more whatever points than their team. Their team did not lose. The team was eclipsed. There was nothing that the team did not have or had, and they lost it.
And it's still 0-sum, basically. I mean, it's like you still lost, basically. I mean, you can blame you not having a skill, but I mean, you still lost, pretty much.
Yeah, if you want to call it that way, that they lost just in colloquial terms, but in reality, they didn't lose anything. What happened is that the skills, as I said to you, just was shown not to be a match for the skills of another team. That's the reality of it. So we can say colloquially they lost the game, but in real terms, they didn't lose anything. They just were surpassed by the other team.
Okay. But they still lost.
Colloquially, yes.
Yeah. So it's 0-sum. It's my point really is that, but it's still like, I mean, it's a system that, people who enjoy the game, that they benefit from, and you may have one side that loses, but it's like, if you take it away from the competition, essentially everybody loses.
Yeah, going back to the notion of competition would be healthy or would be ugly. The world we live in is ugly competition. Sadly, a competition monopoly. There is no such thing as a free market and so on. This is all a lie, hocus pocus. What happens to be like the capitalist systems. Fantastic. They get to manipulate everything, monopolize it, and they do it through scheming ways. Anything from controlling the politics of the country to putting public governments in place to now stealing the resources of the country. Literally emphasis, stealing the resources of the country. There's nothing free about it. You're not going to be out there set by your wits and your merits. You might have the brightest idea, the best product out there, and so on. Certain companies, what they could do, just buy you off. That's the one element. Other element is that they could get the politicians not to give you a license to actually develop your business. You will put forward
position for a license to conduct the business, they will be turned down based on discrimination. Because some of the politics out there, they're not people representing the public. They represent corporations who are themselves criminal. That's what usually happens in some of the capitalist system.
Well, I think there's simply that the system we have is where basically that the government, since it's being bribed by corporations, has created zero-sum games while in the free market. I mean, you actually can, in functionality have, or ideally it's meant to be understood as a, positive-sum game specifically, or non-zero-sum game. Because, the ideal is that basically, like, if I, once I, I have, steak while the other person, like, I make potatoes while the other person wants potatoes while they were the ones who raise cattle, then, we both trade, because I value the steak more than he values, more than I value potatoes, and, he trades his steak with my potatoes, because he values my steak more, or my potatoes more than he values his meat. So we both win, basically, is ideally in that sort of exchange. Well, if the government decides to bail out a corporation, you have the government deciding who's the winner at the expense of everybody else, basically.
Let's say Salah to Tabuk and others. Tabuk, do you have anything to comment on this? I'm actually quite curious about your position as an atheist. What's your position regarding so-called justice and morals and global goals, governments and so on? What is your position, Mahdi? Stop asking me questions. You never answer questions. You just ask questions. I want to hear your position you have once before I die. I thought you probably had my position already if you're in the room for a while. I do a person who doesn't believe. No, all you do is criticize like leftists. You never say what do you have. Are you criticizing? Okay, there are two things. Brother, are you criticizing from a philosopher? Are you criticizing from a philosophical point of view, like we're in an agnostic room, or we're just criticizing the concept of justice? Brother, or you're criticizing from a Muslim point of view? I'm using this word philosophical point of view. The concept of justice is definitely a debatable one. It's a synthetic proposition. There is no global universal agreement on it. We can sit and take off our hats and say, this is what Mill thought, this is what Rawls thought, this is what Hobbes thought, this is what Plato, Aristotle thought, etc. And what do you think, But you are coming saying, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Allah Azza. And you're coming from a position of the Quran and the truth and Allah and Islam knows what is justice, okay, right? Or am I wrong? You're wrong and you're right. Let me explain something. I'll tell you why you're wrong and you're right. Okay? You're wrong because, first of all, it's not just a philosophical perspective. It's a universal problem. And actually, there are axioms to this. That means inherent qualities to this notion of justice. By the way, 90% of the
but normal
humans. You ask
normal humans, not Muslims. Wait a minute. لا انت صار لك ساعتين تتكلم يا ابن الحلال. يا ابوي بالله عليك صار لك ساعتين تتكلم. أنا شوف normal humans, non-religious Muslims, I mean by normal humans, are not certain of anything, okay? They're always curious, asking questions, trying to improve, etc. You are the certain guy, okay? So you know the truth, okay? So you tell me the truth. What is justice, ya Mahdi? And Allah.
Okay, so now, that's why you now, you've done about 2 minutes at least to give you the headlines. I suspect you're not serious about the question you're asking. But if you are, I expect you for 2 minutes, you will not speak. And then I'll give you the mic for 5. And I'll only put the headline.
Sam, يا أخي, I'll give you 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I give you 5.5. You can fall back. You see, you don't ask Muslims. When somebody greets you, greet them with an eagle or
released. And believe me when I tell you, there's no way, even though all of the files have not been released, for us to know everything that's there. They were just released exactly 1 hour ago. Raid, welcome to the stage. And there's just, it's voluminous. There's so much to go through. So let me just recap some of my early observations that I made in the main chat, which is linked above, to which you are invited to join and participate before, during, and after the room. The initial view of the files shows that girls as young as 14 were recruited for grooming, either as receivers of massages or purveyors of massages. They were groomed by Ghislaine Maxwell. Somebody who's also looked at the a little bit of the files that have been released says that it may have been as young as 12. As I mentioned, not all the documents have been released. The White House says there is no smoking gun pointed at the president in the documents. Earlier today, the president quite uncharacteristically declined to answer reporters' questions about the files this afternoon before they were actually released. The Democrats on the House Oversight Committee are speaking out. Ro Khanna is threatening prosecution of anyone, including potentially the Attorney General, if there is any tampering of the documents. Now, why is this being raised? Well, the Justice Department is technically a violation of the law for missing today's deadline to release all of the files. They say that more files will be released in the ensuing weeks. Now, notably, all doesn't really mean all. The law allows for some exceptions, such as matters of national security, items that, if released, could impede any ongoing criminal investigation. And I just want to underscore that. Ongoing criminal investigation, which we don't know if there are any. So I think one of the things we should do as consumers of this information is to watch for excessive redemptions. Also, we should look for, and I don't know whether any of this is included, financial records that indicate who profited financially from this extensive child sex trafficking ring. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, in addition to claiming that perhaps members of the administration may be in violation of the law, are also discussing whether the court to enforce compliance of the requirement to release all the files by today's deadline. Now, if you remember, with regard to this, in her Vanity Fair article, said that Pam Bondi was whiffed. That she whiffed on this up until now, and it appears to me that that whiffing continues. And I would guess in that regard, something else for us to watch is how Trump's MAGA base react to the failure of the Justice Department to release all the files today. Because as we know, this is a major issue with his MAGA base. He's reaching from his base by not releasing all the files. So, and I say he, this is his Justice Department. And presumably, it would be just incredible to believe that the White House, the president, is unaware of what is contained in those files. Now, he may not know every specific item, but certainly he would have been briefed on basically what's in the files. What names are there? Are there names of friends of his? Are there names of political enemies of him? How often is he named in the file? Even though, as the White House says, there may be no smoking gun that indicates that he did anything illegal or untoward in his long relationship with Epstein. Of course his name is going to pop up. They were best buds at one time until they had a falling out over a real estate deal in Florida. So I think that's where we are today. Although I say this with the caveat
hard to find. I'm really interested in seeing what you see in this. And I'm also, so the last question that I raised, I'm really anxious to hear what Matt thinks. The audience, prior to the election, pushed for the full disclosure of what was in this file, how they feel about the fact that the Justice Department did not comply with the order to release them all, with the exception of those issues that I mentioned for national security and ongoing criminal investigations. And by the way, with regard to that, how do we know that what's being redacted really applies to national security or criminal investigations or, of course, identification of the victims? That goes without saying. That ought not to be released. We should not know who the victims are. But what's the victims going to speak out? That's a different story. I think everybody would agree nobody wants to put these now women through the trauma of being identified if they desire to not be identified. And so I don't think anybody thinks otherwise. Any reasonable person would think otherwise. So with that, I will open it up to you. Your thoughts on this issue. I think I've given a good synopsis of where we stand as of 5:07 p.m. time. 7 minutes after the court actually released, which doesn't give us a lot of time to delve into it with any degree of specificity. I'm also pointing over to you guys, no messages, guys, no messages. I'm not going to answer messages about moderating. I would invite you today, tonight, over the weekend, to as if you learn things that are there that we don't get to today, go to the chat and share what you learned. Okay, so I'll start calling you on what I said about the stage. And today that order begins with Marshall, followed by Scott.
I certainly don't think what Congressman courts actually said.
And I know it was under duress. He didn't want to sign it. How do we know? Almost every executive order that he has signed and every bill that he has signed, the cameras are there to capture that anticipation and the photographs released to the public so the public is aware of what the president has done. Signing this bill with this executive order. In this case, there were no photographs that have been publicly released. It's something that was kind of lost for the president. It's one thing that he campaigned on it because he didn't really want to release it. And so, in the context of that, the question of the day is a fair one to ask because it was with reticence that he signed the law. And if he just said, okay, when it comes to this person, that person,
names in the file. I don't want that released. Saying something about the guy who's in security or ongoing criminal investigation. I don't want these names released. I'm not saying that he did this, but if he did, or even if he didn't, the fact that all of the files were not released as long as required is a violation of the law. If you lie by a law, there are penalties. So I don't know that there are any penalties here for non-compliance. Who would be held accountable when someone stopped an equal office and justice if the Attorney General said this? I don't know the answer to this. But you must make one of the things that if it's non-compliance, there may not actually be reinforced compliance. If the president is accountable, the president needs to lie. Only recourse we really have is and that's it. The Justice Department said we don't. And if you don't have the votes, the president is going to stop the process. That's a constitutional remedy, which basically, it's so hard to get a conviction, especially at a partisan age. And so, functionally, the president, in these days, this day and age, here who are Trump supporters and devotees, what their opinion would be. But Gary, that's my story, my friend, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, I know you say that a little bit facetiously, but you're actually absolutely right in your facetiousness that the president has said that this is a Democratic issue and not a Republican issue, as if sexual impropriety is a partisan issue. By the way, if you ever wanted to see what Bill Clinton looks like in a bathing suit. Some of the photographs show him lounging in the hot tub and in the pool. And I don't know whether that's at the island or in Palm Beach or at his home in New York City. I don't know whether the home in New York City had such wonderful amenities. And one of the things that's really interesting, as I understand it, about all these photographs, is there's no context given to them. They're just, it's adult material with no context. And so it leaves it to the viewer's imagination. The photographs that I'm looking at right now of the former president do not show him doing anything untoward, do not show him engaging with any underage individuals. However, in the background of one of the photographs, whoever that person is, they blacked it out. So that's the kind of redaction that they would do to protect someone, perhaps at that point underage person, but it does not necessarily imply that that underage person was forced to engage in sexual activities with anyone, much less the former president. But I just wanted to toss that out. We do have, and you can find it online right now, photographs of Bill Clinton in a bathing suit, with Jeffrey Epstein in a bathing suit next to him, or in close proximity to him. All right, as more stuff comes to light during the ensuing gathering here today, I will bring you breaking news, because that's my job, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you breaking news such as this. And also, as I do, the words of Norm kind of ring in my ear, because he believes all of this is salacious in nature, that we are all as a nation engaging in rumor mongering. We are wagging our tongues over something that has not been proven, other than the activities of Maxwell. Mr. Your microphone stuck out. Thank you. The convictions of Epstein and Maxwell. Other than that, nobody has been charged, much less convicted of anything. So I will ask myself, or ask ourselves collectively, are we engaging in salacious rumoring, gossip mongering, or is this really a matter of such national import and in the public interest as we claim that it is? Something for us to just self-evaluate. Howard, followed by Ben.
Yeah, hey Gary. I thought Marshall pretty much summed it up pretty well. Question for you: how many documents is it? The hundreds of thousands have been released today?
I don't know the exact number. All I know is that they say it's a trove, a huge number, and there's more to come.
So from an accountability point of view, someone has to explain why wasn't everything else that should have been released by the deadline. I think that's a fair question. As it relates to what you just talked about, that's an example, I believe. I mean, there are real victims here. There are people who've been convicted, including Jeffrey Epstein himself. Real crimes happen. People's lives have forever been changed. So for someone to just think it's salacious, that just shows you how limited one's critical thinking skills may be. And I'll leave it there, Gary. Thanks.
Thank you, and I'll get the number. I'll find that, because I'm sure it's been published somewhere. Thank you, Howard. Ben, followed by Hermes.
Thank you, Gary. I really appreciate it. As somebody who I'll say straight up that I voted for Trump in the last election. I'll say this: anyone found guilty in a court of law of sex crimes, especially those against minors, should experience the full weight of the law. Obviously, right? I think we can all agree on that. those present on the stage and the audience, everybody, we can all agree on that simple fact. I think my explanation for this entire thing, to answer your title of the room, do I think that he's necessarily covering anything up? I don't necessarily think so. I think based on what I've read, admittedly, I haven't seen every single piece of evidence. Obviously, with these news stories dropping, it's hard to stay on top of literally every single piece of evidence. My general gut feeling of this entire thing was Donald Trump was somebody who values above all his personal image, right? He has literal buildings with his name on those buildings. Like, he is so incredibly worried about his image. I think he's somewhat aware of the fact that, or he certainly thinks that certain things will tarnish his name, other things won't. I think hanging out with actresses and actors and that kind of thing, or rubbing shoulders with certain people, I think he doesn't worry about will tarnish his image. And I think hanging out with pedophiles is something that he is worried about will tarnish his image, right? So I think he spent a lot of time with Epstein, and I either wasn't aware that he was a pedophile or turned a blind eye to it. And then once it became an issue, you obviously saw him kick him out of Mar-a-Lago, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that's my general feelings towards this thing is I think Trump is worried that his name is going to get smeared with this guy and associated with him in much the same way that I think if Bill Clinton or even Hillary Clinton to some degree, but certainly Bill Clinton was to, and obviously I know that he's very old, but if Bill Clinton was to run for a public office right now, I think that his image is very much tarnished by this stuff. So I personally think that, again, if Trump's guilty of anything, I'm more than happy to watch him hang for it, metaphorically speaking, in the sense of doing his time or whatever. I have no issue with that whatsoever. Pedophiles are, whatever. No issue with that whatsoever. It just, his actions don't necessarily strike me as somebody who's trying to cover up anything, but more to just simply protect the Trump brand. I think that that's more important to him than literally anything else.
How do we reconcile that fact that and to answer asking you this question, I will answer Howard's. There are hundreds of thousands, according to the government, that's the terminology that they use, of documents released. Hundreds of thousands. Clearly, those hundreds of thousands of documents are not all about Trump. So why would he be then so concerned about releasing all of that, especially if, in fact, the White House is accurate in saying there's no smoking gun pointing at the president? You still hold that he's protecting all of these other people's images because that's necessary in order to protect his own? Is that basically your argument?
I think that his name is littered throughout this thing because I think that Jeffrey Epstein was somebody who rubbed shoulders with prominent people. And you can say we did it to, get people on board for, to engage with these young girls or whatever the motive may have been. And I bet you, if I was a betting man, I would say that Trump's name is littered throughout these entire documents. But I also, again, if I'm proven wrong, then I'm more than happy to recant this. I think that Trump just doesn't want that stuff out there because he just doesn't want his name to get tarnished. And I think at this point, he's just kind of like, I saw a tone and a shift in the past few weeks with the president in regard to these documents, in the sense that I feel like he was a lot more reluctant in the beginning because, again, I just don't think he wants his name tarnished. I don't think he's trying to protect Democrats. I don't think he's trying to protect Republicans. I think it's literally all about his name and his image, and he just doesn't want this thing to drag out into the midterms, et cetera, et cetera. And above all, not necessarily he cares that much about the midterms, but again, it's all about protecting the Trump name, the Trump brand. I really do think that that's all he cares about.
Thank you for that, Ben. Marshall, did you want to interject?
All I was simply going to say was, I think I agree with that. I think I agree with that take that he is overly worried about his own image. I think if we look back at both his life as a TV personality and his first term as president, we see somebody extremely worried about their own brand in ways that are not always helpful for the country or healthy for the country. But I really kind of jive with that he wants to protect his own image. I've never thought to myself, God, he did with little kids. I haven't seen any evidence to substantiate that.
I know other people did think he did, but I really do think protecting his own image, being selfish.
Your microphone cut out. It shows that it's open, but we're not hearing you, Marshall. I want to try again, Marshall. No, your microphone, your audio cut out completely there. I just want to direct people's attention to a couple of comments in the main chat, which is linked above. Yahtzee writes, I'm skipping through it at the moment. Insane redactions, and it's voluminous. And that's followed by a comment from William, in which he actually offers to us a screenshot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 lines in which the only thing that is not redacted is Donald Trump is, the next line, the 2 lines down most, 2 lines down innocent. Oh, this is funny. I thought it was real. Now I realize as I read it,
It's not real.
it's not real. But it is funny. I really thought you had screenshotted something that was heavily redacted. Thank you, Ben, and we'll now go to, I'm gullible, Raid, followed by Double.
Hey Gary, I'm looking right now at the Department of Justice website and I'm searching for terms like receipts, invoices, pictures, and it is an incredible data dump. This is the information that was taken during his first trial. There's a lot of risque photos even. I don't think that they even know exactly how much information they've released, meaning that there are telephone numbers, and photographs that have never been seen. Jeffrey Epstein photographed his entire life. These are all Kodak photos. What's on the CDs? Nobody actually prints photos anymore, but Jeffrey was obsessed with filming his life. And you could say many vain, egotistical people do that. And it's a little bit like Nixon and recording all the conversations, which ended up getting you in trouble. And this data dump, and you have to get in line on the website, and then you can go in and search for whatever term you want. But if you just type in pictures, you are going to see things that you can't believe. Very powerful people. It's unbelievable. And we're talking about like the microfiche, the small photos, and hundreds of pages. It is so much information, and it's such an in-depth look into his lifestyle, his activities. Again, this was all the information seized by the police and the FBI that was returned. And so you can't believe, I'm looking at things right now that you can't believe, like chateaus and castles. We're talking about the most luxurious lifestyle and quite a bunch of photographs. So it's unbelievable, the volume. You have to, the link is on drudgereport.com if you want to search it. And I'm having a lot of fun looking at this right now. So you can't believe the photos in here. And I'm
are there any people that you could recognize? And I don't suggest that any of them are breaking any laws or anything like that. But are there photos of some people whose names we would
well,
recognize immediately?
Richard Branson and Bill Gates are the two wealthiest, and Prince Andrew, obviously. But there's tons of photos with Ghislaine. And again, Ghislaine is in jail for sex trafficking. Who did she sex traffic these girls to? It's in the photos. It's obvious. But Dan Bongino is stepping down. No arrests will be made. But this data dump, there are pages that are completely redacted where it's just huge black blocks. So even in the photographs with the microfiche, there's all kinds of black boxes, which is unbelievable. What's the point of blurring out everybody except for Jeffrey. So there's so much information that's withheld, but nonetheless, this is a real treasure trove for investigators, and people are obsessed with this case because of the domestic espionage implications. Photos with Ehud Barak, photos with Noam Chomsky, and naked girls with their panties on. I mean, all kinds of crazy stuff. But the islands, the luxury, the chateaus, the wealth, it's unbelievable what they've
And as
released.
I pointed out earlier, follow the money. This is the thing I learned very early in my journalistic career. I mean, very early. I was taught by two auditors, one a CPA, how to follow the money. That's how you prove or disprove an allegation when a story is brought to you as an investigative reporter. And you're talking about such opulence on display here. The question is, who funded that? Who was paid what for what? What was his means of income, Jeffrey Epstein? What did he do? Was he selling tiddlywinks? Was he, did he have a manufacturing plant? Did he build cars? Did he do what Elon Musk is doing? Did he have rocket ships that go out into space?
He was blackmailing
the Mars in the future?
Wexner.
What did he do to amass all this wealth? Where did the money come from? And why was that money handed over in the first place?
His number one score was Wexner, founder of Victoria's Secret and other major brands. And the fact is that these Bill Gates photographs mean that he was blackmailing him. And there is, actual confirmed blackmail, but the photographs of the girls in lingerie, but Bill Gates, there's multiple photos that have been released of Bill Gates with what looks like girls. And again, Ghislaine is in prison for sex trafficking women to rich men who she diddled around with Jeff. So the question is, will Bill Gates be arrested? I think his arrest is imminent. And that's why he's releasing book club videos of him smiling with his book saying, hey, if you want to read a book this Christmas, here's my selection. He has to create content to try to distract from this. This is so damning. Multiple photos of Bill Gates with different women set up for him by Ghislaine and Jeff.
Very interesting. You mentioned Dan Bongino. I never really followed him very closely. I saw him when he was, popping up on Fox, those kinds of appearances, but I never followed his podcast. But I suspect the new year will bring a new podcast, and that podcast, given the fact that he was the deputy director of the FBI and was the main person in the administration pushing for transparency vis-a-vis Jeffrey Epstein, I'm betting that his podcast is going to be well worth all of our attention. That's my prediction. Double followed by...
Yeah, it's a timing of Dan, and just you could see earlier in the year when they did the clown show of the files don't exist or he killed himself and whatever, and the squirming. They pretty much didn't let Dan talk in front of the cameras after that interview because he's just not a lot. He's not like a born liar, right? He's not a psychopath. He had a mission going in, and he promised everyone very full through. It's like, I don't know if Trump's plan was to cover up Epstein from the beginning, why would he ever appoint Dan Bongino? Is like, maybe they just didn't.
And thank you for correcting me, Bongino. I think I mispronounced his name, and I
apologize. But I guess it's sort of like the left hand and the right hand didn't know what each other. Like Trump didn't want to bring it up, maybe to his other staff to be like, oh well, we're going to cover up Epstein, so don't pick these people. I think there was a certain momentum, and it probably was one of those like, oh, we'll figure it out later, and everyone's loyal, so we're good. And fairness, even despite all this, Dan Bongino still showed incredible loyalty given who he is and what the circumstances. So we'll see what happens, but he's got to feel horrible. I'll go on mute while Marshall interrupts.
I was just gonna say Dan Bongino didn't do jack for the FBI. There was a report done by the Judiciary Committees in both the House and the Senate. And they found that people like Bongino and like the FBI director were way more interested in social media than guiding the department, which I just found hilarious.
But let me double your response to that, not to put words in your mouth, that's your point, right? That he wasn't given the opportunity to act in a manner that the deputy director of the FBI normally would.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's part of my problem. Yeah.
I think he chose to act like that, though. I don't think the Trump administration forced him to worry about social media. The report I mentioned said that he and the FBI director were overly concerned about it. They spent their time focusing on social media rather than the real needs of the FBI.
Yeah, that's also been I haven't been a thing tuned in. I'll just quickly say South Park's been lampooning Pete Hegseth for doing the same thing, like producing a lot of content rather than doing actual work. But anyway, sorry.
Well, and two things both can be true. What you suggesting and what Marshall's suggesting, not mutually exclusive necessarily, in my mind anyway. As you were talking, Double, I was thinking about, okay, this was a campaign promise. We're going to get the Epstein files out there. He was speaking to his base. He clearly knows what resonates with his base, and that's what he said. But maybe, as you point out, I would say, to use your description, that it seems to me to be analogous to lock her up. At every rally, when he ran for president the first time, he would interject Hillary Clinton into the discourse, and thousands of people would immediately respond in mass, lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. But he didn't. And there was no political fallout for him not locking her up. So perhaps he felt, and tell me how this fits with you, Double, perhaps he felt, I could just say that we're going to get Jeffrey Epstein and release all of these documents, but then I don't have to, because nobody cares what I do once I'm in office.
Yeah, no, it's 100% that. He just figured he can weasel out like he's done so many other things in life. A couple other things I wanted to touch on here, because now it's clear that they are openly defying, or they're trying to half-ass it, but they're basically in violation of the law that has just been passed, and they're basically saying straight out, you're not going to get everything. And Thomas Massey was saying Thomas Massey, because there are leakers and there are people that came to him and said, there's a lot of people who had to deal with this material already who, off the record, have basically indicated what kind of stuff they should expect to see. And then if they don't see it, well, then we know. So in a way, we have to credit the administration for being transparent about the fact that they're in violation rather than pretending like, we released everything. And then having this whole, actually you did, this whole fight, because it's more just being straight up about it. And as someone said, impeachment's the only avenue now. And we have to wait for a new administration or something. But this is just what we're dealing with. And it was pretty clear to me when, there's two other things I want to bring up, and I'll try to be succinct. But when you had this preference cascade in Congress, because you had
very few, only the fringe people, including Massey, really wanted to get this stuff released. Neither of the mainstream people from either party wanted this stuff released, and we can get into maybe why. But then there was a preference cascade where everyone's like, oh well, I'm not going to be that. There was the one guy who opposed, releasing all the info, which is funny, but no one wanted to. Once the preference cascade happened, no one wanted to be that guy. And then even Trump flipped from being like, oh well, everybody don't do it, to yes, everybody should sign this bill. But of course, he just made the calculation like, well, yeah, we're just not going to follow it, right? We're going to signal, we're going to play this game, but then we're just not going to do it because there's something he's hiding. But what he's hiding, and my speculation from the beginning, Gary, if you look at so many of the people involved and the level of sophistication and all this stuff, it's pretty clear. And the word that I don't think you've said in this room yet, that always amazes me how it just gets memory hold, is Israel, right? And I think that's the thing that it's the only thing that lines up for me as to how we've had across multiple administrations. I'll go on mute while I'm being interrupted.
No, I'm just asking.
Is he in the Matrix? Or is
Yeah, he's having trouble. You're having trouble making the trip there, Marshall. All right, thank you, Doug. Well,
before you interrupt,
I was wondering how long it would take for somebody to interject Israel into this rather than what's actually seen in the
Hey,
documents.
Gary, have we seen a picture with George Soros yet?
Oh my God, I don't want to see that. That's something that you can't unsee. Rolf followed by Mo.
I think there's two dimensions to this. One is the political angle, which is Republicans versus Democrat, which I think is actually being overstated because let's not forget, Trump started as a Democrat. Trump has always been a family friend of
You should go on Do Not Disturb, because now that you're getting a phone call, we can't hear you.
I'm going to mute Rolf and leave him up on the stage and try to get back to him later. We'll go to Mo, followed by William. By the way, I got distracted by the previous caller's interjection of Israel into the discussion. I wonder how this reflects on the number of the Palestinian babies that were killed. I guess that's the next dots to connect somehow through all of this. There is another level of accountability that probably is soon to come. And William, I think, is an attorney. Miro is in the legal profession. They can correct me if I'm wrong about this. But if, in fact, the Democratic members of the Oversight Committee go to court to claim that the Justice Department violated the law by not releasing the documents, and if, in fact, the judge directs the U.S. attorneys who are representing the government at that hearing to release those documents forthwith, and those documents are not released forthwith, then you're dealing with an officer of the court who defied a judge's direction. I don't know whether they are indemnified because it's not them, even though it's their department, but it's those who they are representing in court, or whether under these kind of circumstances, since it's their department that they are representing, when appearing before the judge, if they are not in compliance, does that put them in legal or at least jeopardy with the bar? Are their licenses potentially going to be suspended?
And with that in mind, what's their demeanor going to be before the court? And what effect will they have on getting Pam Bondi if that scenario were to occur to comply? There may be some kind of a judgment day coming, and it might go as high as the Attorney General of the United States, whose own legal standing with the bar might be in jeopardy here. I don't know, but it's just, people are talking about accountability, myself included. I'm just wondering out loud about that. I could be way off base. I'm very curious about the answer to those questions. Mo, followed by William.
Hello, guys. Thanks, Gary. I appreciate the room, everyone in here. I just want to answer the question first and foremost. Is the White House covering up the Epstein files? I think it's pretty in your face that they are. It wouldn't have taken months for Adelina Barhalda to be sworn in her seat. But, when it's a Republican, it can take a lunch, so I think they purposefully try to stall this as much as they can. And when it comes to some of the legal ramifications that we are talking about here, it's very real, right? Because the DOJ was ordered to release all of the files, but according to Todd Blanche today, we know that they're going to release them on a rolling basis. So either way, I think the Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, the entire Justice Department, really, they might be in some serious legal trouble. I'm not a legal expert. This is just the information that we all have, right? But I think the White House is covering this up. I think it's in your face. And honestly, I've had a little peruse through some of the files that have come out, some of the pictures. And honestly, I'm really shocked. I'm really shocked at how many key celebrities are in these files. We're talking Chris Tucker, Diana Ross, Michael Jackson, the former Duchess of York, right? This is insane stuff. But honestly, I think the only thing that the Democrats or even some Republicans whose stomach is turning at the possibility that this could destroy the administration, right? I think impeachment is the only thing that is really gonna. I think impeachment is really going to be the only way that this gets through, if that makes sense.
As all these names become revealed, Mo, you wonder who the fuck was Jeffrey Epstein? He was a financier. We know that. But who amasses all of these A-listers as visitors to his home and properties for parties and such? Who is he that he was able to get Diana Ross to come and be a guest? And all these other people, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Ehud Barak. Who is he, or who was he that he was able to do that?
I think, Marshall, did you want to go? Sorry about that, bro. Did you want to say something?
I have a question for you, and I am driving, and I can't attention to a car, and now I forgot the question.
Pay attention, brother. Pay attention. We don't want you crashing.
Anyway, Mo, what are your thoughts about that? How does he get all these people, in his Rolodex, basically?
Well, I've worked in finance before, don't work in it anymore. But honestly, he had, I'm going to side with the conspiracy theorists here a little bit, right? But he might have been some sort of asset, either for the U.S. or for Israel, because I don't know how someone goes from a school teacher to being a low-level assistant at Bear Stearns when that still existed, to being an options trader, then in 4 years being a limited partner, and then abruptly leaving, creating your own consultancy firm with whatever money you got from being a limited partner, which, at that point in time, I want to say is in the ballpark of $150,000 to $200,000, right? So I don't know how he came to this money. I don't know how he even got into Bear Stearns as a public school teacher, right? There's a lot of questions about his rise to success and where he's got his money from, because when we're conducting a timeline, when we're looking at this bit by bit, there are massive gaping holes, and the only rational explanation for all of this stuff is that he had a backer of some sort, whether it was the government, the U.S. government, the Israeli government, someone, right? Because we have information as relevant as 1980, right? That he had fake passports, Austrian passports under false names. He had multiple passports. He had residences in Saudi Arabia. He was conducting weapon sales between Iran, right, and Israel. In the 1980s, there is a man named Adnan Khashoggi, right, no relation to Jamal Khashoggi, right, who verbatim has said, yes, he was one of the people I was working with to get weapons, right, in the Iran-Contra affair. So this is insane.
Yeah, but how is that translated to Diana Ross, for example? I just don't get it.
I think like when you got that type of money.
To tell you the truth, my background, and I'm no big luminary, puts me in closer proximity with Diana Ross than somebody that fits the profile that you just related for Jeffrey Epstein. Because we're both from Detroit. I've met her. I've interviewed her. We've had reason for our paths to cross. We're not friends. She wouldn't know who I am or anything like that. But I was in the media in Detroit. My name was known. If I wanted to parlay that, if I were a celebrity collector, I probably could have made an attempt, and I don't know whether I would have been successful. It would have made sense. You could connect the dots. Gary's a reporter in Detroit. He covers Diana Ross, and they became friendly, and they socialized together. Jeffrey Epstein, and I'm only using her as an example because you mentioned her name. What is his alleged relationship to the CIA or MI6 or Mossad have to do with people like that? All these other folks whose names are already popping up as having appeared in all these photographs that were released an hour and a half ago or 2 hours ago now. How is somebody fitting the profile that you just described? I mean, even if, as you are suggesting, some international or government agency or multiple government agencies cultivated him as an asset, how does he get all these people to just come to his house and to his island at the snap of a finger? Who is he to amass these individuals? It doesn't, on the surface, to those of us who are not making $200,000, much less the millions that he made, right. It's hard for us to really, I think, fathom how that came to be.
Well, we have to look at it like this, right? Jeffrey Epstein, while there's this little gap in the timeline, right? We also have to consider that he, in 1987, right, created a financial consultancy firm. So I've worked with people who have worked for financial consultancy firms, and they travel a lot. They have to meet their clients. Some of their clients are very paranoid. They make a lot of money. They're not going to email you. They're not going to call you. You don't have face-to-face meetings, right? So when you're a financial consultant and, you're basically advising people who have money. Where does that money come from? Who cares? Sports, entertainment, government contract, it doesn't matter, right? So being a financial advisor, right, being an asset manager, right, I think
maybe managing some of their assets or wooing them in order to be their assets.
I think that's where
that's a logical response to my question. Thank you. Well, that's a good response. William, followed by Merrill.
Hey, Gary. Hey, everybody else. First of all, this has the smell of like a Russian-style compromise operation. That being said, we don't know who put this together, why it was put together, how it was financed, and following the money is a good idea if that can be revealed. I don't know if you remember the parties of the 1980s, but they were wild. They could take place in big mansions or on islands in the Caribbean or a lot of other places. And I think I have not seen any of the actual photographs that were newly released. And I've only seen these things that were previous released that were in the public record up until now, and that's pretty limited. And some of them look pretty incriminating, but I haven't seen anything newly released. You can have your name appear as being in these files and not necessarily be guilty of billing some child.
Absolutely true. But as one of our previous callers suggested, Maxwell was convicted of sex trafficking, and she had to be trafficking these kids to someone.
Absolutely, and some of them, and the evidence may show, and I haven't seen the evidence, but the evidence may show that some of them are guilty of crimes, or at least they deserve to have further investigation for potential criminal activity that is still chargeable under the statutes of limitations, whatever jurisdictions you want to try to charge them. And I don't know. I don't know what to do with
the various government investigative agencies, whether they're state or federal, have had ample opportunity, if in fact there are people who deserve to be charged, to take action, and they haven't.
That suggests that they're covering up for somebody. And the whole way that Epstein himself was prosecuted and then first given a sweetheart deal and then prosecuted federally on some other grounds and ends up dead in his prison cell. The whole thing stinks. So, there's...
So let me ask you this, William, if I may, and I hope this doesn't break your train of thought, but it's in line with what you just said. Let's just say, for the sake of discussion, and without pointing fingers at anyone, because you could just put all of their names up on a board and throw darts, and whichever one it lands in, it'll be that agency. So let's not speculate about what agency or agencies. Let's just say he was some kind of a government asset. And let's say that primarily he was a government asset for the United States of America. And that certain associations he had deserve protection under the question of national security, which in fact this law allows the redaction of any information that could affect national security, which gives rise to the implication anyway that the drafters of that legislation recognized that that was a possibility, that there were national security concerns involving Jeffrey Epstein. Do, in your mind, those potential national security concerns outweigh the responsibility of the government to prosecute somebody for sex trafficking and to prosecute those who participated in that sex trafficking?
Well, first of all, I would have to look at the evidence sort of, on a piece-by-piece basis, to actually see what it shows and see what's going on. And I haven't had that opportunity. However, that's the type of thing that a judge should have the opportunity to weigh. And the fact that people may have been pressured not to prosecute on some vague notions of national security, that is suspect. So the fact that it's been, who are they supposed to turn these documents over to? Congress? Or
the American people.
Directly, or is it going to
directly to the American people. It's online right now. You could go look at it right now. It's all there, at least all that they released today. You could see it just as easily as any member of the Oversight Committee can see it. In fact, the members of the Oversight Committee, they have documents that were provided to them directly by the estate under congressional subpoena, but they're getting the first look at this, just like you and I are getting the first look at it right now.
So if somebody is directed to release all documents, and some of them are not released on the basis of some law, some national security law or whatever, they need to produce a detailed sheet, line by line, stating, and I forget what it's called, but stating what's been withheld and the basis for withholding it, so that can be further reviewed. And I haven't looked at the documents, I haven't looked at the links to see what was released and what was not, and I haven't looked to see if any such withholding sheets for any basis have been proffered by the Department of Justice, who was directed to release these things.
Right, but it hasn't come before a court yet. So you're getting ahead of yourself.
I mean, the document withholding what was directed to have been released should be made public. It doesn't have to release all the information, but that XYZ was held. It doesn't have to specify in tremendous detail. Right. So good enough detail to identify it, and then the basis for withholding it, the statute, the law, the reason, and there's a type of sheet, I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
That's where it's okay. I understand the process.
Also, as far as having people's bar licenses revoked, the bar licenses are state by state. Sometimes they're in federal jurisdiction, like Guam or DC or something like that. Generally in DC, you already have to have a state license from some other jurisdiction. So, yeah, the people who are disobeying direct court orders do put their law licenses in jeopardy for not obeying court orders. And that is something that's down the line. Rudy Giuliani got disbarred for not obeying court orders. So, there are different levels of consequences. They are not easy proceedings. It's very hard to pull somebody's law license. There has to be pretty good evidence, but, we'll see.
Scott, are you jumping in there? Your mic's open.
Accidental mic open.
That's okay. So, William, let me ask the same question I asked, but pose it a little differently. It's a hypothetical. Hypothetically, if the United States government was using Jeffrey Epstein, I am not accepting messages while moderating. Do people do this just in order to interrupt the discussion? I think so. Let's just say hypothetically, William, that the United States government, and I'm not alleging this, I'm just asking hypothetically. Let's say hypothetically, the United States government was using Jeffrey Epstein as an asset to gain information and to exert influence on people by putting them in compromising positions, which may be the case here, not saying that it is. Do those national security concerns outweigh the desire or the need for us as a society to prosecute people who were purveyors of sex with underage girls?
It would depend on a case-by-case basis, but the safety mechanism would be those kinds of sheets which would specify.
No. Either I'm sorry, William. There's a yes or a no response to that question, and you may not be prepared to answer it, and nobody's saying that you have to answer it. But I think there's a yes or no answer to that question. I don't think it's case specific. Either it's acceptable in the way we run our government to put people in compromising positions in order to, under the hypothetical, to procure information or to influence them or their governments by blackmailing them with underage.
I think I can answer your question. The answer is no. The answer is no, based on the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was already prosecuted and convicted with these types of documents, and it did not not present a breach of national security?
Because they never revealed what would have to be revealed if it comes out that such and such government official of such and such nation engaged in sex with a child, and then some consideration was given to the United States for our national security purposes shortly thereafter. That never came out, something like that, in the Maxwell case, but it might come out in the case of the quote-unquote gentlemen who were purveyors of who she was sex trafficking.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could come out in further proceedings, and if there were issues of national security, then there are procedures to have special judges rule upon that. But it wasn't a problem in prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell or in initiating the second set of charges.
But the point is that none of those men who defiled these children have been brought to justice. None of them.
Maybe they will be. Maybe they will be, and that doesn't present necessarily national security.
I think you're in Baltimore.
Am I in Baltimore? I'm in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, I'm sorry, but that's closer. I invite you to get on the Amtrak and come and see me. I've got a bridge for you. I'm going to sell you that bridge at a discount. I'll give you the title of the book.
Bridge? I'll sell you a bridge. I'll sell you the Ben Franklin or the Walt Whitman.
You should have told me. You should have told me that you were going to sell me the bridge that collapsed. But okay, thank you, William. Abby, followed by David.
Okay, so I'm actually going to help you. I'm actually going to. I had other stuff to say, but I'm gonna answer your question because we have a standard in our court system, which is a compelling state interest, and it's a very, very specific legal standard based on our Constitution that requires our government to show an extremely important and essential, unbelievable national security or public health interest that would justify infringing on a fundamental right or past any kind of right or potentially a criminal action that would have to go to what we say the highest level of judicial review and strict scrutiny.
But may I just interject by asking you this?
Yeah.
And that is, but it has to come before the court in the first place.
Yes, but I'm saying, answering your question, there is a mechanism within our government when there is a national security compelling state interest that will pass a test in our court system. I was going to go through the prongs of the test. It may not be necessary for me to go through all the prongs and tell you it and what the strict scrutiny is. But when it is of a national security level, we actually have had this happen in our nation. We've had rulings in our Supreme Court regarding it, and we have allowed rights and issues like you're raising to rights to definitely be infringed in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our nation.
Right, so I get that.
I'm answering you that way. That's my answer to it.
Right, I get that. I understand fully what you're saying. Here's the part that I don't understand. In the cases to which you refer, the case came before the court. There was an action by law enforcement that was presented to a prosecutor and ultimately somebody from the government. I don't know how the process works, and it doesn't really matter. Comes before the court and says, Your Honor, we can't proceed with this, and this is why. Are you suggesting that has occurred and we just don't know about it? Or is it as I suggest, and I could be totally off base, none of these people, there was never ever an attempt to indict any of them?
There hasn't, not in this case, there's been no indictments. You just asked, could that possibly happen in America? And I'm saying, with respect to compelling state interests and national security, we actually have, going through our checks and balances, we actually have a